you would have been around too during those times at Hampton Court, the other ground, where there was this huge crowd, thousands of them, just on the outskirts of that ground. Really picnic atmosphere. Halfway there, it's like if the score is 160, it's like 160 for 5 bottles of rum. That's how you described it in those days.
I'm Lancelot Khan, the Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service. We also are the authorized reseller for a few popular world-renowned brands. Those include Hytera Communications, Glock Arms, CZ Arms, among others.
What beautiful sight we are seeing here. Black waters, we're seeing sand. That's the Kapui Lake. You know, one of the best sceneries here in Guyana, place to indulge in. And I always say, Naeem, if your idea of paradise is natural beauty, then Guyana is the place to indulge in. Look at that. That's a soothing balm, not only to the physical body, but to the soul as well.
Well, I had the good fortune of going to Kapui along with several other gigantic lakes on the Essequibo coast. Really fantastic. God's country.
Yes, so Balgobin gone for 40. 7 fours in that innings was a good knock. Machu still there on 55. Raymond Perez going for 40 as well from 50 deliveries. 3 fours and 1 6. Very good partnership between Machu Nandu and Raymond Perez. We still have Richie Loknath, Van Lang, Ali Mohammed, they are excellent all-rounders. Ashmed Net could bat, Riyad Latif, Shamar Apple, one of the brightest young talent in Guyana, and good to see CFL sportsman Chris Harry making that Demerara team out in the middle. Yes, we seeing that was a short delivery going for the almighty pull shot, and Ushardeva Balgobin holding out to this one, not really getting on top of the ball, playing the hook shot, and a fine innings by him came to an end.
Some beautiful shots though, nevertheless, during the innings. We saw a few of them from Balgobin. Raymond Perez came in as usual, very elegant and dominating. Matthew Nandu, on the other hand, that was the first time I saw Nandu coming down the pitch looking for a big shot. In normal circumstances, he'll be as circumspect as ever.
151 for 2. Shot of catch it. Hung in the air towards mid-on, wide mid-on a little bit, but to the right of Ricardo Adams patrolling the short mid-wicket region. Mahim Khan, he's in his 4th over. None for 16.
But generally, I think Demerara, they have batted their way out of what could have been a potential crisis, because they were sent into bat on a pitch that was pretty tricky. Ronsford Beaton, Kimo Paul, Thaddeus Lovell, they took advantage, a lot of close shaves, but you have to give credit to the Demerara batsmen. They've batted their way out of that.
Certainly showed a lot of patience. That's the reason why they have only lost 2 wickets, and we're in the 32nd over. Still a strong batting lineup. They are the defending champions in the intercounty tournament.
Nice bit of work. I think Essequibo have done pretty well in the field. They had a catch from Samson. They had some beautiful saves. I think they've done pretty well. One, you can come back, challenge that fielder. I think they started off a bit too slow. Direct hit.
Yeah, well, one of the things that happened there is that Matthew Nandu was on the back foot when he played that shot. And once you're on the back foot playing that shot, it's going to be very difficult to run with the non-striker coming through. You have a little bit of a delay and good fielding out in the boundary. Once it was going straight to him, it was always difficult to get the second run.
Very evenly poised, so to speak, the game. Pulled away. This will go towards the boundary for 4. Mavindra Dindial controlling it nicely also. There's a lot of territory out there and going into the backward square boundary for 4.
Yes, certainly was a fine shot. Short delivery and put away nicely. So 32 overs gone. It's 158 for the loss of 2. That's your car, Naeem? Went through a little bit of a problem?
No, my maid uses that one.
Nandu 57 from 86, still out in the middle. Good knock of 41 from 50, Raymond Perez. Balgobin 40 from 51. Kimo Paul 1 for 33. Adams 1 for 26 from 6. And Beaton none for 17 from 5. He did bowl well.
But one thing is very nice to look at. Sometimes you get disgusted with the proliferation of T20s and the style of the batsman. I'm talking here about the West Indies, where they seem not to be able to bat over 20 overs. So it's good to see in this level here that Matthew Nandu has been displaying that, and how important it is to occupy the crease in a 50 over version. Very important. So they're holding their wickets, but just like you mentioned, if they could have seized more opportunities to squeeze 1s and 2s, and the scoring rate would have been a little higher than that. Almost for the entire innings. The projected scoring rate was just about 240 something runs.
And while getting those singles and those 2s you're talking about, Naeem, it's important when you get the bad ball that you put it away as well. You know, those are hallmark of a good batsman, someone that is improving. And that is what you want to see.
That was Mavindra Dindial batting. Our asterisk is just on Matthew Nandu. We have all of that adjusted. Now the projected score still around that 240 odd runs. We'll come to the total that they must be looking towards. Turned away. Not a single. There's a man deep. But with the quality of batting and the lineup, the batting lineup of Essequibo, they better try to get 300 odd runs.
Yes, and I think this is a good foundation being laid here by Demerara. At some point, they will have to step up the tempo. They still have Ronaldo Ali Muhammad in the house. That guy could change the game. Yes, there's also the youngster Jonathan Van Lang in that team as well.
End of the over. The Essequibo side, it's not the side that I had the privilege of describing for many years. This is like poetic justice. With this side that they have, they could smash any one of the other countries.
Yes, and it's amazing to see the development of Essequibo's cricket. Before the under-13 tournament this year started, you know, they were the defending champions, overthrown this time by Demerara, who has won that title. That shows development at a senior level. They have been doing a fine job. Like those two on the screen you're seeing where they cook up rice.
Bad time to probably show that. Lunchtime is coming up. We're all pretty hungry in here. And the variety of food in my country. Oh, I've traveled around the West Indies just like you, Inderjeet, and they all tell you from the Caribbean. Variety of food. It's like endless here because of the various cultures.
Good, so it's 167 for the loss of 3 with the 34th over. And Van Lang has come out in the middle. Look at his statistics. Highest runs 54, averaging 20.13. And certainly he needs to improve that in the 50 over game. So Van Lang, lots of muscles, well built, very strong youngster.
So it's still 153. But from well, mobility, well, and the new batter, Jonathan Van Lang.
He's going to get off the mark very quickly. I like the spirit of Jonathan Van Lang. He's a plucky little guy. Well, sorry to say plucky little guy. He's pretty expansive physically. Barrel-chested, strong young man. So that's the end of 34. 168 for 3. There you go, the rustic scene again across this beautiful county.
Can anything beat a glass of coconut water with a few ice cubes on a sunny day?
With some beef curry.
No, don't be so cruel to that animal. I get you, it's a delicacy for many people. So, look at the partnerships there. Balgobin and Machu Nandu, 67. Perez and Machu Nandu, 73. And Dindial and Nandu, 27. Disaster struck when Dindial was run out.
But it speaks volume that the batsmen had been able to develop such good partnerships. As you mentioned, 67 for the first one, 72-3 for the second. In this longer version, partnership is a key element, because if the partnerships are small, inevitably you'll be finding yourself in a hole.
It's a very flat delivery into the pads of the right-hander, and with the mid-wicket being short and a little bit wide, it is left now for Van Lang if he wants to come down the track. Pitch stop left the bat sweetly. That's great timing and power as well. Just a single.
And he's made a lot of stride in his career at a very young age. So the platform is there for him to seize all these opportunities. In an inter-county scenario, expect you to have 50s and 100s. Just keep dominating, and then is when you know it's a star in the making.
Oh, that's delicately played for a single. The intention was good to get it a little bit more wide of that fielder. That's Anthony Adams. Down at the backward point. Ramkaran, rather. Ramkaran, he too is a very fine batter. That's a good delivery. Right on target. No width, no room whatsoever to maneuver. Good bowling here by Ricardo Adams. Final delivery in over number 35. Andy Ramdamrine will come a-calling, replacing me. At the end of this over, can't get a single. Good end to the over by Ricardo Adams. 35 gone, 170 for the loss of 3.
I'm Lancelot Khan, the Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service.
Just out of the break, and first ball there from Mahim Khan struck away into the offside for a single. Jonathan Van Lang, he's on 2 of 7, so slow start. Not the characteristically speaking I'm talking about here, that's not his character, that's not a part of his DNA. He likes to hit it around the ground, and Essequibo, they know that. There are several people out on the boundary
Nandu step
discussing.
Yes, and that is what partnership batting should be. Who is going to be the aggressor? Who is going to take on the bowler? And who is going to look to work the ball in the spaces and rotate the strike? And Machu Nandu has been there from ball 1 in this innings. He's on 6-2. And Jonathan Van Lang, a very fluent, aggressive player, like to field the ball onto the bat, and it'll be very interesting to see how he approach Ricardo Adams, who has bowled 8 overs so far.
Well, these bowlers are not going to give you a lot of waste deliveries. They're as I said, season campaigner. We're going to see Kimo Paul and Beaton being brought back, Thaddeus Lovell. So these are the just about passing the middle overs. You're going to have those bowlers coming back. So you've got to target someone here who you might just want to let go on.
And that's a lovely looking square drive from Nandu there. And just a single, as you rightly said, is getting down closer to the quarters of overs. And they will need to start stepping up the run rate here. And who is that bowler will be target 9.
Ah, there you go. Beaten, absolutely beaten there, Jonathan Van Lang. Just gone for 5, but he was beaten in the air. Nice flight, tantalizing. And that's what you can expect from people like Ricardo Adams. They keep it as tight as possible.
Yes, but I think Van Lang would have been better playing an attacking stroke, probably looking to go over the long off fielder. He just pushed at it. It peels off the outer edge of the bat and straight back to Ricardo Adams. Let me say welcome to all the youngsters in the ground. I have recognized the youngsters from the South Academy. Coach Fob Daniels has been doing a lot of work with these youngsters from the South Academy. A lot of youngsters here looking on at the cricket, and it's very good, giving them first-hand experience, the view into county cricket. I also recognize a few other youngsters under the watchful eyes of Coach Nathan Passad. So, at the fall of the wicket of Jonathan Van Lang, here comes Richie Loknath, the all-rounder, Richie Loknath. And this Demerara team, pretty young team, with a lot of batting and another powerful hit of the ball within this lineup. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he's yet to come to the middle.
So this big idea of, well, the projected score is now 247. I think in the Demerara minds, they would have to get at least that amount of runs. Essequibo has got a formidable batting lineup. I just like to look at Kevon Bodie bat, just at age and time, and it has been a relatively stagnant career. But he's a little class act, Kemal Savory. They've got lots and lots, tons of batting, strong batting lineup. Kemo Paul can come in and damage the bowling as well. So you've got to score the runs. Loknath prodding away, picked up by Kevon Bodie.
Yes, and that was a very good delivery bowl there by Ricardo Adams. Loknath was equal to the task. Yes, and again he's coming forward. And as you were saying, Naim, the Essequibo batting lineup, the rising star, Quinton Sampson out of the CPL. He will be interesting to look here today.
37 overs gone. The noise from the PA system will, I guess, as soon as the new over starts, we'll be talking a little bit about him.
As the DJ pumping away the music in the background, a lot of spectators have come here to look at the game, and if the cameraman could get a shot of these spectators, and just run through the scorecard for you. Balgobin, he went for 40, caught off the bowling of Kemo Paul. Machu Nandu, the skipper, he is still there on 68. Raymond Perez, he went for 40. The score is 180 for 4. And there's a bowling change. Kemo Paul is back from the northern end.
Well, this is the part I'm telling you about. As the overs come down to the back end, you're going to have himself and Ronsford beaten. He has had 1 for 33 off 6. He's still got 4.
Nandu is pulling that one just back of the length, and Budi coming off the backward square boundary, just a single. And it will be interesting to see how Machu Nandu and Richie Loknath approach this period against these fast bowlers.
As I mentioned, the dream here, or the thinking, is to get at least 250. I mean, they still have 6 batsmen inside under that dugout. I shot, but timing is not there. Timing from the batsman, timing from the fielder. Well, big fella, so moving around the sward would not be at dynamite speed. He's going to be crawling around. He's big, but I tell you what, I mentioned this before, his agility does not reflect his size. He's very, very good in the field as well.
Yes, that's so true, Naheem. Many persons might look at that. Back in the days, West Indies. Well, we will leave that for when the women commentators are doing commentary for women cricket. But coming back to what is happening here at Hampton Court, it's Ricardo Adams continuing with his win. He's completed 9 overs so far, 2 for 31. 2 for 33. 31 dot balls in that spell. Ransford beaten 5 for 17. Kemo Paul 7 for 36, 1 wicket. Thaddeus Lovell 4 overs, 24 runs.
But I'm looking at those, you mentioned dot balls. Dot balls have now officially become like a cardinal sin, especially in T20.
Good delivery there, a bit of bounce and over the edge of the bat of Richie Loknath, probably looking to cut that one between the backward point fielder. Didn't make contact.
Swept away. That's going to carry all the way. Yes, it does. To backward square. Nice shot there from Richie Loknath. Boundary.
With that boundary, the score moves up to 188 for 4. As Richie Loknath opens his account in boundaries, he's now 5. And this will be a nice period of batsmanship versus bowling here. That one kept a bit low there, 9.
Yes, this morning we saw a few of them from Ronsford Beaton that scuttled along the pitch. And keeping Balgobin was actually hobbling around at one time with a few of them that he expected it to bounce even. But it kept extremely low and had him going down onto his knees on more than one occasion.
And the groundsman doing a fine job. Probably he will need to work on that ear there. Single. Taken there by Loknath. And the groundsman, a very good friend of yours, Naim. Mr. Wallace, well known as Blade, former cricketer.
Looking back at some of the wickets that fell. Celebration there. This is Balgobin. Couldn't keep, it's in his DNA to be aggressive, couldn't keep down and sky that one up. That's the run out there with Mavendra Dindyal. Mix up there, looking pretty badly. Was Mavendra's call, but Matthew Nandu just stood there anchored. And the run out being effected. Jonathan Van Lang, simple catch. Simple return catch taken by the bowler. Deceived in the air there, Jonathan Van Lang. And Demerara losing their 4th wicket.
So it's Rensford Beaton back into the attack. And rightly you said, Kimo Paul, Rensford Beaton, those would be the bowlers coming back to bowl. So Rensford Beaton, he's operating from the northern end here now. So far 5 overs, none for 17.
I think they've just beaten a little bit for pace as he looked to turn it away down the leg side. Came off the thigh pad actually.
Richie Loknath, a very elegant looking batsman when he gets going. It's Machu Nandu, the captain, he's on 7-1. He will be looking to bat as deep as possible, probably eyeing up a 3 figures mark here. And he's looking to pull, that one is not there, beaten outside the off stump. So as I was saying, the sponsors, there are giveaways for all the school kids and the young cricketers. So we have the South Academy cricket team, they're here, and a lot of other youngsters who are part of coaching session, they're also in the ground here having a first-hand look at the cricket. It's Beaton from the northern end.
There's a man down, a third man, so that will just earn them a single. Yeah, I saw some school children actually coming in. Whenever you see kids, I feel excited. Good to have them around. Nice, good afternoon to all of those kids. I guess many of them, I think I saw a few of them in uniform, so it could be the teachers here as well. You might be able to say.
Yes, Naim. There are a few school teachers and some of the students from the various tournaments and the CEO of the FL Sports and the Future Warriors tournament. I saw a lot of them here also. I'm looking at this pulling. Man on the mid wicket boundary. Just a single.
John Ramsing will, when he finishes this round of snacks that he's been having, he's going to be joining Andy on the commentary to take us to lunch. That's another bit of eating.
So, John is a very popular man in Essequibo now. So Essequibo is like his second home. Nando is looking to pull that one off the inside edge down to the fine leg fielder. Kimo Paul in that position. The score moves up now to 193 for 4. And Renford beaten. He is running in some steaming hot conditions here at Hampton Court. Lovely cricket ground here owned by Joe Jagmohan. And must say, welcome back to John Ramsing, CEO of FL Sports. Loud shout for LBW, but seems to be a bit of bat involved there. And if I'm seeing correct, the branding on the bat of Richie Loknath, JR. And if I should assume that represents John Ramsing. So at the end of 40 overs, the score is 194 for 4. Machu Nandu on 73 and Richie Loknath, he's on 9.
The Eagle making its way around the Hampton Court ground. You see the Manhattan there. Just 4 wickets fallen so far for Demerara. It's now the final phase of this innings, the batting, the bowling power play. Last 10 overs, happy hour begin at this moment, Andy. We can expect scoring rate to be lifted if you're a batting side, but also the bowling side, they can't pick up wickets in this phase as well. They may want to restrict the scoring to little or nothing.
Yeah, John. Last 10 overs, you said happy hour, but for me, this is the time where we need to see batsmanship. We need to see how batsmen apply themselves to score and score quickly. But it would not be any easy task. We have young Thaddeus Lovell, and he's gonna be bowling to Richie Loknath. That's a lovely looking shot, but a man stationed down there, Ramkaran, just a single. So the projected score is 242, scoring at 4.85.
At one stage, you felt that Demerara would be looking for at least 300, but it was not to be. I mean, Nandu's still there, but look at what he has done. Used up a lot of deliveries to get this M3.
But John, I still believe Demerara is gonna get past that projected score. A very big hitter still in the dugout, and he gets going on this track, on this facility. We could very well see 300.
Everybody know we run the country, Lord. We out of GT, but and we got the GT money. But we just rum dance all and we pop party. Capach and cracker jack we in a category, and anything we do the radio station have a. All them gyal just a wine and shake them bum bum. Gyal just a wine and shake them bum bum. What me I tell you this you want it to ring a bum bum.
Night here in Essequibo, Tonganana, Regina. John probably could take the boys out for a little outing, enjoy some nightlife.
Had some street food. Nandu goes big, but goes straight into the hand of the fielder. Backward point, Kimo Paul takes it. So Nandu, 73 from 102 deliveries. The final phase of the game, like I said, will produce runs but also wickets if the bowling side is prepared to take wickets, and they've done so. Second delivery of this power play. Nandu, the captain, goes.
I think a bit disappointing there that Nandu really threw his hands at that, looking to clear the backward point fielder. But Kimo Paul, an excellent fielder, he's not going to miss out on that. And Nandu should not be playing that type of shot there.
Spent a long time at the crease there, the captain. And now, this phase of the game, looking to play a big stroke. But if I ask the question, what about the first phase of the game when there's two fielders were out in that batting power play? Try to take on the bowlers then. Maybe his confidence level has risen a little bit.
Yeah, John, I agree with you. But taking into consideration, the ball has been gotten a bit old, so it wouldn't be coming on to the bat as that fast it was. So I think it's good cricket on Essequibo part. Smart bowling, very good field placement. And here comes the man I was speaking about, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. A very entertaining cricketer, strongly built young man. And John, I want to see him bat and do well here today. Want to see him light up this ground.
The man from Public Road, Kitty, in Georgetown, plays his cricket at the GCC, following in the footsteps of his uncle, Ricardo Ali Mohammed.
Yes, and this young man, like some of the other young cricketers, was part of the West Indies under 19 setup. And I can tell you, he started very young, went to Australia with the West Indies team. That's a wide ball down the leg side. Probably Lovell is looking to hide it from Ali Mohammed and goes into the boundary. 5 wide.
Their club mates. When in Georgetown, Thaddeus Lovell plays for the Georgetown Cricket Club as well. So you would know the strengths and perhaps weaknesses of Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So not, like you said, not trying to bowl to his strength. Maybe looking to hide the ball just a little bit. And for the first over 200 coming up. Projected score still hovering around that 250 mark. 248 it is right now. But in the happy hour, you expect some more chances to be taken by the batters, especially with a big hitter like Ali Mohammed, who's there. Look, not been there for a little bit of time now. Oh, beauty of a delivery. What a catch as well. Taken by Kemal Savory with the gloves. And the stay from Ali Mohammed is a brief one. He goes without scoring. 200 for 6 now. Demerara.
Yes, that was a brilliant delivery bowled. And probably, as you rightly said, their teammates. And he knows the strength and weakness of Ali Mohammed. And he picked that one up. It swung a bit and take the edge. And the keeper, captain of the Essequibo team, took a brilliant catch, but he seemed to hurt himself. He's down in some pain there, John. That's not a good sign for Essequibo.
Look at that, dangling the card just outside the off stump, nibbling it. And Kemal Savory taking it nicely. Diving, he had to dive, he had to commit forward as well. Not only to his left, but he had to go a bit forward. Held to the edge. And he rolled a bit awkward, you can see immediately grimacing in pain. But he's a fighter. New batter, Shamar Apple on debut, 16 years old. Perhaps the youngest player in the tournament.
Yes, John. And good to see these youngsters getting the opportunity. And this young man is also a very exciting young batsman. And would want to see how he apply himself in this phase of the game. Last 10 overs, looking to score quick runs here.
Tevin Imlak is on West Indies duties. Would have been here with perhaps leading the side, perhaps with the gloves as well. And in his absence, Shamar Apple from Transport Sports Club in Georgetown, getting an opportunity, senior inter-county debut at just 16 years old. Lots of promise. West Indies on a 16 player.
Yeah, John, but Going forward, youngsters need to be given the opportunity, and it's good to see when they could be given the opportunity at this level. And Shamar has been around for a while. He's shown and proven that he has the ability, he has the talent. We have seen him in the region on the 17 CWI tournament, and that one down the leg side, probably off the pads into the boundary. Waiting on a signal, leg by now, signal by umpire. So it's 4 leg bys.
Umpire Hussein with a belated call of leg by. I thought it was runs. Look at that, off the tie pad, ill-directed from Lavelle. But you can see the intent from Apple. Looking to take on the bowling immediately. 2 wickets in the over so far.
And that's a lovely looking shot there from young Apple. Looking for the second, it's not there. And I can tell you, Chairman of Selectors Ronnie Sarwan, he's looking on. And all these youngsters in the Demerara team, he would want to see them come here and make use of this opportunity that they were being given. Many young cricketers there would have been happy to have this opportunity, but those who got the opportunity, they need to make use of them. And young Apple is one of those. Let's see how he goes about his innings.
And in this case, it's not about just giving an opportunity to a player. He deserves his place, Shamar Apple. He's worked hard to get to this level. So congratulations on his debut. How's that? Is it 3 in the over? It is. Look not goes. Another short delivery, getting a wicket. Thaddeus Lovell, 3 in the over. And after 41, 205 for 7. Demerara losing their way now.
John, who would have thought that Thaddeus Lovell coming and bowled the first over, taking 3 wickets with a lineup and a set batsman, Machu Nandu, on 70 odd. Then he gets rid of the dangerous Ali Mohammed without scoring. And now Richie Loknath, the middle order batsman, who also could score quickly. Very good bowling by Thaddeus Lovell.
Yeah, excellent indeed. Look at that. Just a faint edge. And the keeper, captain, doing the rest. But again, short delivery, getting a wicket. We saw what the short delivery was doing earlier when Kimu was bowling to Perez. That's one thing our young batsmen will have to learn to do, is to adapt to short bowling. Let's take a look at the wickets in the over from Lavelle.
205 for the loss of 7 wickets. 41 overs gone.
And that JR Sports bat,
Thaddeus Lovell
feathering one to the keeper.
and 11 runs.
And Richie Loknath wearing a very familiar number as well on his shirt. Number that was worn by Ramnaresh Sarwan throughout his entire career, playing white ball for West Indies.
Well, there's so many persons who want to wear that number, but could they replicate the production of that number? Ramnaresh Sarwan, I guess, if he believes in number, or he is a proud man who wore that number for so many years and did well for West Indies, must have feel a bit disappointed with Richie Loknath there.
And Sarwan as well would have been comfortably in the position to pull and hook. Kimo Paul to the 16-year-old. Oh, what a baptism Apple will have now. Ashmed Ned, the new batter. So down to the lower order for Demerara. Fresh batters at the crease, Shamar Apple. We could keep a batter. But Ashmed Ned now with him at the non-strikers in.
Yes, and if they want to get up to that 250, 240 plus score, I think these two would need to bat smart. Apply themselves, get a partnership here. Still 8 overs to go. Lovely looking shot there from young Apple. But not a young man, Thaddeus Lovell, the man who has been doing well so far for Essequibo.
Well, it's good to see Apple getting that ball, playing it on the front foot, because the previous delivery was a short one on the body. And as a youngster, you must have a little bit of fear and maybe some respect. You would have been expecting another short one, it would have been hanging back, waiting, but not Apple. Good composure, good technique to get forward to Kimo Paul and get a single to get off strike.
Correct, John. And that seems to me young Apple has a very level-headed temperament, looking to be aggressive, but at the same time playing each ball in merit. Ned is driving this time. Again, Lovell is in the way.
I love the way Kemal Savory has been using Kimo Paul and Runsford Beaton. They started with the new ball, then had a 1-over spell recently, both of them. Now Kimo is back for maybe another 1-over spell. But should he pick up a wicket or so, maybe get a next over? You have to manage your workload, especially in conditions like this. Pretty scorching hot. 50 overs, not sure how many of these players were playing 50 overs before this tournament. The GCA tournament is on.
That's a pull shot there by Apple, but it's something down on the backward square boundary. And it's good to see that young Apple is taking on the short ball. He's not afraid. So good sign that he wants to take on the short ball, be it Kimo Paul, Ransford Beaton. Very good approach to the short ball there, John.
With the bat, you have your weapon. With ball, Kimo will have his weapon with ball. But it's a good contest. I love what Kimo was asking of these players. Serving up some nice short balls on the line of the body. Just as I said again.
And I could tell you, Kimo is no easy campaigner with the ball. He might be looking like medium pace, but he's bowling very quick and he's getting that ball to climb a bit. And Ashman Net had been struck somewhere behind the head or on the helmet, and let's hope he's okay.
And Ransford Beaton have a little bit of fun with Ashmed Ned, but good use of the short ball again, like you mentioned. Kimo Paul realizing very early that this track can be awakened. Good over from Kimo Paul coming to an end. He's bowled 8 after 42. Demerara 209 for 7.
$209 for the loss of 7. 42 overs gone.
This is what has happened so far. 73 the highlight from Captain Nandu. 40 from Balgobin. Raymond Perez got 41. But a little bit of a collapse with Van Lang, Loknath, Ali Mohammed not contributing a whole lot. 3 wickets to Thaddeus Lovell, all 3 in 1 over. Ricardo Adams finishing his spell, 2 for 39. Kimo Paul, the other wicket taker, with still 2 overs to go. So expect Lovell, Beaton, and Paul to do the bulk of the bowling in the last phase of the over, with 8 overs still to go. And how can you take the ball away from Lovell? You wouldn't. Having picked up 3 in the last over that he bowled. 209 for 7. Projected score still around that 250 mark. It will be a psychological advantage if Demerara can get at least 250.
So Ned is going big, it's going. It's gone just over the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Ricardo Adams for a maximum. So Ned signal his intention very clearly. After being struck, he's not going to hang around. He's out there and he means business.
Picked that one up on line basically. He was hitting from outside his off stump. Ashmed Ned, but he got good connection, good bottom arm, and it went just enough to get to the maximum.
This time he's pulling straight to Ricardo Adams. So are we gonna see the firework from Ashman Ned?
Well, he has an opportunity, but he would like to at least bat the full 50. Don't want to play all his strokes and still leave overs in hand. It's a cardinal sin not to bat your full quota of overs in a limited overs game. 216 for 7. 3 wickets in hand. Still lots of time.
Correct, John. 7.4 overs remaining. And each of those deliveries, you can score off, you can get runs. So, Lovell with ball in hand. So far, 5.3 overs, 3 for 38. And that maximum of the first delivery. And this over by Ashman.
So that's why it's a good partnership. One will have to go, one will have to anchor. Rotate the strike. Lovell into his 6th over. We're looking to use a short ball again to Ned.
John, you seems to be a fortune teller.
Very belated call again. This time umpire Abbas getting the signal. For umpire Munishwar Roop. So umpires in partnership as well.
Yes, John. 2 more legal deliveries remaining in this over. And I will be taking my leave short and handing you over to Inderjeet, the man from Myconey, a man who would have just sworn in as a RDC counselor. Congratulations, my brother. And you have a lot of responsibility now on your shoulder. So, John, after this delivery, it will be you and Inderjeet to take us through to lunch. Very good short delivery there from Thaddeus Lovell. Young Apple would need to be careful. Keep his eyes on this delivery. Both batsmen have been struck above the shoulder on the body from short deliveries. So John, you and Inderjeet through to lunch.
Spectators gathering still. Good to see Essequibo coming out and supporting not only their side, supporting cricket. Queensway Super 50 Cup. Match number 1. And the spectators coming out to support cricket. And he did mention the RDC councillor. So councillors in the house. Hello Inderjeet, hello councillor. Congrats as well.
Thank you so much, John Ramsing. 220 for the loss of 7. Have you mistaken councillor for announcer right now? An announcer, right? Thank you though.
Yeah, beaten it is. We did mention that Beaton, Kimo Paul, and Thaddeus Lovell, the seamers with wickets with overs in hand, will finish the innings with ball for Essequibo, based on how things are set up. 220 for 7. Projected score for the first time in recent history, going past 250.
I'm a little bit scared for both of these batters out in the middle. Both guys were struck on their helmet, facing short pitch deliveries. They are faster wickets and faster bowlers.
given out. Umpire Munishwar Roop says Ashbed Ned, you're out. It was a big appeal from the wicketkeeper and captain, and the bowler eventually joined in. And he's got to go. So now down, 8 wickets down, 220 on the board.
Yes, and I think Demerara is falling short here. The umpire has made his decision, but I think from my naked eye looking at the screen there was a space between the bat and the ball. It could have very well been the bat smacking into the dirt and created that noise, but there was indeed a space between bat and ball there. Unfortunate, but he has to go. 220 for the loss of 8. Essequibo capitalize.
Riyad Latif, the new batter, joining his Transport Sports Club teammate at the crease. So they're battling now for the senior county side. The boys from Transport. Young Latif was part of the Guyana Rainforest Rangers in a breakout league, Cricket West Indies. Catapulted to the CPL side, did not get a game, but sure, learned a lot from the likes of Ibn Tahir, Mohin Ali, and those guys that were part of the Amazon Warriors team. But here he is now with his Amazon Warriors helmet, facing up to runs for beaten. Pace like fire.
That was a short, that's a snort there. And he's a tall youngster, Riyad Latif, but he did the right thing, John. He kept his eyes on the ball, so he was able to go under that delivery. But if you want to bowl a bumper, that's a perfect one.
I look at the hospitality. Runs for beaten is from Essequibo, not too far from where we are. I look at the hospitality. Welcome to Essequibo, young Latif.
I like that hospitality. That's a dangerous delivery. But you have to keep your eyes on the ball there and get your body, if you're not confident of playing a shot outside the line. He did well going under. Let's see what's going to be the next delivery from Beaton.
This time getting some bat, pulling. Protection down at a deep backward square position. Good service from the police officer, Ram Karan. Projected score above 250, but what the app does not take into consideration is the number of wickets in hand. So not sure if they'll be able to get that 253 that's projected with just 2 wickets in hand and lots of time.
221, like you said, for the loss of 8. 253 should be the goal. And you see, John, we called it right at the beginning. As the pitch dries out, the sunshine takes the effect. It's going to get quicker. It's going to be better for batting as well. It will give something to the faster men too. Both Beaton and Thaddeus Lovell, we have seen some very good short pitch bowling.
That pitch very hard indeed. So you expect Beaton, with his international experience, he's been around a long time. Played for Guyana just after his under-19 playing days. Pulling nicely. And that's going to go the distance. Good connection to a short delivery. The difference is this one was ill-directed outside his leg stump.
Yes, and Shamar Apple didn't mess around, got inside of the stumps nicely, pivoted on the back foot, and the bat came through beautifully, made the connection. Maximum great shot. 44 overs gone, 227 for the loss of 8.
And that was a lovely good shot of the bottom, young Shamar Apple.
6 overs to go in the Jeet. 227 on the board. Latif will take strike at the start of this over. Lovell with 4 overs still to go in his spell. Wouldn't get in all 4.
So far, 3 for 42 off 6. Shamar Apple can bat. He's one of the bright young prospect. He will need support though from Riyad Latif. Leg by, getting across the stumps there, but that delivery definitely going down the leg side.
So leg by adding to the total. Don't mind at all, Demerara. From the start they had to the position they're in now. It's a good comeback from Essequibo. Quick single. Young fresh legs will be able to take those singles very quickly. They've done so.
And John, look at the difference. You had frontline players, the openers, the number 3. I mean, they couldn't get the single. And look at Latif coming in late in the order, playing with soft hands. Even though it's straight to the fielder, there's still a single there. And the communication was good. The call was very early. That's an excellent delivery. Slow ball, maybe coming out from the palm of the hands there. Deceptive pace this time from the fast bowler. Compare that to the quicker, short delivery that got into the helmet of Shamar Apple.
Thaddeus Lovell, his dad, plays some cricket, softball, whereas the dad of Riyad Latif, Richard Latif, plays lots of softball. In the air, soft dismissal, and again another short delivery from the faster bowlers, getting a wicket. Lovell gets his fourth, 229 for a loss of 9.
Yes, and Demerara just falling apart here. Jumping outside the line of the off stump was a short delivery and looking to get it over the top of backward square, but because he was in an awkward position, couldn't get it in the meat of the bat. Look at this. Short delivery, didn't got enough onto it and holding out. Dolly of a catch. 9th wicket going down, and I'm afraid they might not get to that 257, the projected score. I did mention Shamar Apple will need support. Begs a little question too. Why Shamar Apple came in so late? Well, that fella you see walking out in the middle, I think he has some dreadlocks there. FL Sports cameraman, can't go wrong, Chris Harry.
Senior in the county debut for Christopher Harry. More known for his left arm bowling options. Lots of time in this game, in his innings in the Jit. So he'll want to stay with Apple to the end.
Absolutely so, and I think that is what Apple said to him. I need some support. The last pair at the wicket. We want to bat out the 50 overs, but listen, Essequibo, they have bowled beautifully in the last couple overs, the last 5 overs. That's the reason why 9 wickets are down.
Typical number 11.
Typical Chris Harry. I understand he scored a blazing half-century in Berbice Force Division Cricket, 55. Where was he going though? He's looking for his FL crew. They're in the com box, Mr. Harry.
I think that was premeditated. But it's a good hard worker. Played youth cricket for Berbice. Yeah, indeed, he is from Skeldon.
And he has to be careful here if he's going to bowl a short ball. Thaddeus Lovell, 4 for 43. He's hunting his 5th wicket. John, please praise him for that good shot. Was a good delivery. Head right over the line of it and worked it down towards forward square. Well played, Chris Harry.
Khan, Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service. We also are the authorized reseller for a few popular world-known brands.
Beaton continues. Start of over number 46. Queensway Security Institute. They're hiring, looking for young, vibrant persons to join their team. I'll tell you what, they already have a good team already, but they're looking to enhance their fleet. Good staff. It's a lovely place to work.
Just saw Naeem Chan CV. He's made his application. Well, this has gone high in the air. Will it be the end of the innings? Yes, good running catch away down towards the boundary area. And 229 all out Demerara. Well, I think they squandered an opportunity. They had a good start, good batting in the middle, but too many wickets as it came down to the death, John.
That's the end of the innings indeed. 229 all out. Kimo Paul taking a catch to dismiss Shamar Apple. The last wicket to go. 229 for the 5.2 overs. Lots of overs remained in their innings that were not used. Highlight of the innings, 73 from the captain Nandu, who took 102 deliveries. Well, look at it. Soaked up lots of deliveries, but yet did not bat full 50. Lavelle pick up the bowlers, 4 for 43. Good support from Baton, Adams, and of course Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul figures not reflected there, but the way he bowled, short balls, asked the batters a lot of questions, did very well. Target for Essequibo, 230. Disappointing in the end for Demerara, I'm sure.
Absolutely, they are going to feel disappointed. Congrats to Essequibo. They have come back here nicely. Maybe at one time 250, 260 on the cards for Demerara. But good bowling, especially from Thaddeus Lovell. Picked up 3 for 11 in one of those overs in the power play. Was brilliant stuff from him. Beaton roughed them up with some short deliveries as well.
We'll continue with the highlights during the innings break. But just to let you know, they're 167 for 2. Demerara 167 for 2 to be bowled out for 229. It is going to be disappointing indeed. Let's run through the batting card and the bowling card, and then we'll take our lunch as well and come and leave you with the highlights.
That was a good-looking shot by the left-handed Macho Nandu.
He got to the top score of 73 from 102 deliveries, 7 fours. Good support from Balgobin at the top of the order and Raymond Perez. So the batted top heavy. Lots of extras as well, 24 extras in the innings, 229 all out.
Yes, and look at those bowling figures. 4 for 43 from 7 overs. Thaddeus Lovell, good bowling, supported too by Beaton. 2 for 29. 2 for 39, Ricardo Adams. And the other wicket taker, Kimo Paul, 1 for 40 from 8. It was a good contribution by the faster men.
So the target, 230 for Essequibo against the defending champions as we begin the Queensway Super 50 Cup live from Hampton Court. We'll take a break. We will leave you with the highlights of the first innings. When we come back, we have some live action with the run chase. Stay with us.
authorized reseller for a few popular world-renowned brands. Those include Hytera Communications, Glock Arms, CZ Arms, among others.
Well, it's the final match of the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Intercounty Men's 50 Over Championship this year. Demerara again playing at GCC border, this time against Essequibo. Essequibo lost their last game against the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11 at Luzignan, whereas Demerara unbeaten in this year's tournament so far. Who will win? We'll have to wait and see. We head into the middle now for some live action.
Of course, if you're bowling to international quality batting, you could be hammered away. I noticed the
Sun. Clipped away nicely by Chandapal. Forward of square, one bounce and into the boundary. He's off and running. Demerara forward out lost in the opening over.
nice shot, nice timing. And of course, I think he's very cognizant of the field. There's no one out there on the square leg boundary, no one at the mid-wicket boundary because of the stipulations, of course. Nice aggressive, trying to get his sight in before going on any kind of onslaught like he has done there. It's going to go all the way. Nice shot. He hoisted it actually. Got down on it and hoisted it in the air a little bit. Not absolutely flat, but he's looking at the field. Calculated shot.
14 without loss after 5. You mentioned that the batters sometimes possibly
short. That's pulled away. John Ramsing says shot of the day, short, pretty fast, and Nandu was in behind, but because of his the ball was short, it gave him all the time in the world to keep his eyes on the ball and put it away down the leg side.
And he was on top of it because it didn't get up. It didn't get up. Look at the replay. See that? Didn't get up too high. So he covered it well. And he pulled beautifully through backward square for 4. That's a nice shot from Nandu.
And some bats,
2 left-handers here now. Full length on the pads, out, says Shannon Crawford. That looked easy. We'll have a look at that. Again on the replay.
Over here. He's going over the top. Will he be caught out on the boundary? Takes the catch. That's Harry coming in for his game here. Right down the throat here. Raymond Perez is standing like a monument out in the middle there. Now he bends the head. He went for the shot. Didn't get it the way he wanted it. And he's gone.
Brilliant comeback from Quentin Sampson after.
Four runs. Got effort in the end, but just could not stop it. It was well timed by Chandapal. Not trying to hit it too hard. Forward of square and into the gap. Diving effort could not stop it.
And because the pitch is hard here, John, Beaton is banging it into the pitch, but he is competitive in Guyana's cricket, but just couldn't make the cut. Bowled him, yorked him there, Tevin Imblak, and Samson is ecstatic. Essequibo's out in the middle. They are happy. That was a terrific delivery
For the visiting Borby side. Force ball, Hoyt back over his head. Massive hit into what was the media center here at Border. 6 runs, Satish and Ryan Chandapal.
Great cricketing shot. Look at this. Chemo, it's a pitched up delivery, came forward, just short of a good length, has the confidence and went and cleared the field. 6 was always there. Hitting what? That's it.
Plenty of fear.
Shout of catch at the wicket. They're celebrating. Yes, says umpire Crawford. And he has to go here. The left-handed Tej Narain Chandapal. Fine hand of 41. Tried to hook at it. Got the edge. He's a goner.
His confidence got the better of him on that occasion. Chasing a wide delivery down the leg side and just feathering it Had he not gotten anything on that ball, would have been a certain wide. And as soon as the ball went into the gloves of the keeper, Kimo Paul went up and the rest of the fielders close to the bat went up. And then eventually the finger of Shannon Crawford, the umpire. And that was the one that really mattered.
Yes, look at that. They're just trying to paddle it around, actually got the gloves and went by into the keeper. So, good wicket for Essequibo. King, what am I going to do?
This time he gets under it and lifts it in the air over long off. See on camera there, past the match, he's soon signaling 6 very early.
You know, I mean, as you say, one step at a time. But this is something good that you're doing, and good luck and all the best going forward in it. Because without this, I would not be seeing, looking at Essequibo play. Because most of the time, I watch all the games. I follow Essequibo right through. And without looking at FL Sports, it wouldn't be possible. So I must say, good job and good luck, and you know what I mean, and keep doing what you're doing, and even make it better, so that we can keep looking at all the local games.
Another 6 that was drilled over through mid wicket, flat 6. Harry had a half of a chance. It was well hit.
Hope I'm not putting you under pressure. That's out. Looking to sweep, hitting across the line. Always a dangerous shot to the spinner. And we're just talking about the left arm orthodox spinner. And Ricardo Adams has struck. He has removed Luke Knott, leg before wicket. To his bowling, it's 137 for 5 in the 29th over. Ricardo Adams gets a wicket, 1 for 34 in the 5th over. Naeem Chan, the left arm orthodox spin of Ricardo Adams, has picked up that, like Hussein, for instance, from Trinidad. Oh yeah! Catch of the wicket. Catch of the wicket gone. Balgobin won't last long. He's gone for a duck from 3 deliveries. 138 now for 6. And Demerara in all sorts of trouble here now. 2 wickets going down very quickly. Ball should get you over 250. Now that's a big shot. Over long on. All the fielders just watched and admired that shot from Akshaya Prasad. He moves closer to a 50. He's 49. He's batted well. So even if you have to, of course, give credit to yourself for that.
Beautiful. They're going to get a couple here at least. And that brings up the 50 for Akshaya. Beautiful innings. Really well batted. He has shown the art of batting, of patience. Classy innings. 40 balls. 51 not out.
Cover. Now, is this going to be a 6? It's coming to our left. On top of the roof. Won't harm us at all. And that's a big shot there from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's a big hitter of the ball. I've watched him play some shots out of GCC. This is his home ground. He knows
things about a right-hand, left-hand combination. That's another beautiful shot all the way.
There is a big swing, taken on the pad, and Akshaya has been trapped the leg before. Well, umpire Shannon Crawford decided that one's going to hit. From our vantage point, it's dead plumb. And Akshaya will have to go. 179 now for the loss of 7, and that's a big wicket to get. Looked well set. Bends.
short ball. The fielder couldn't get to that at mid-wicket on the boundary. Back to the bowler. Cotton Bowl. Beaton has got his man.
That's a good shot. A delivery that was well pitched up from Ransford Beaton and give it a treatment. The top edge. The keeper's corner for it with the gloves. Takes it. Kemal Savory. Slow delivery. Just rolling his wrist. Giving the impression he wanted the ball. Leg cutter. Too full. Given a treatment.
That was a glorious looking cover drive. Look at this one. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and Devon Lord driving away. Beautiful looking shot and getting the boundary too. Chemo.
Several good partnerships.
Pretty slow delivery and comprehensively beaten. Playing for pace, there was none. And then his middle stump knocked out of the ground.
Several of the other bowlers, but here's your batting card for you. As I mentioned not so long ago, 41 from Tej Narain, top score of 62 from Akshaya, 21 from Richie Loknath, 39 from Ali Mohammed. So very...
In that innings as well, look at the bowling. Chemo Paul back into county cricket. Missed the first 2 games, 3 for 43 upon return. Wickets as well for Quentin Sampson, who showed hostility as well, 2 for 33. Anthony Adams, who cleaned up the last batter, 2 for 20. Wicket apiece for Keanu Henry, Ricardo Adams, and Speedster runs for beaten.
Uppercut off the edge. Down middle.
An all-rounder.
This one is hit in the air. Lofted shot from Kevin Bodie. You can hear.
There's a big shot that's gone high, it's gone hard, and that's going to be a maximum over long on. Came in the 90s.
Right.
Ah, that's a lifting delivery gone. He's caught behind. Yes, there's umpire.
Wrong a while now.
Slashed over the top of point. This has enough to go away towards the boundary for 4. That's a...
And they're batting well. Big shot. Where's that gone? That's a big 6. It hit the concrete fence to North Road and came back up in, a bit more. That's another big one. I don't think he got a hold of that proper. 2 fielders convergent. One takes the catch. Wide long on. That's the end of Ricardo Adams. Look at that. But he's cleared both of them. That's gone for a big 6 over square leg.
That's a vicious pull shot off the bat of Chemo Paul. Short lifting delivery. Look at this. Just touching down just outside the line of the off stump. Right into the arc. Boy pivoted nicely onto the back foot and played the perfect looking shot by a cricketer.
Many injudicious shots over the past few innings. Now he's hoisted this. This is going to go all the way. That's a sure. Beautifully struck.
Essequibo. One Chemo Paul remains there.
Yeah, man!
There you go. Goodbye, punto final. I don't think that was an injudicious shot, nevertheless. I think he was groping forward. He was deceived, and that was a good ball. And he makes his way back. He's gone. 103 for the loss of 3. That's what
Been a little bit better, of course. Look at that shot. Through the covers. Played with elegance and
to the fielder. Oh, that's suicide, isn't it? Ramkaran goes. That's a key wicket. Big appeal. Yes.
Yes.
Another one bites the dust.
Wait on him.
Just enjoying the atmosphere.
Wait on them. Hey, wait on them.
Hit a few 6s and balance this thing up and score boundaries, maybe bring the net run rate back in line and see what happens. Take the chance.
So 2-4. Given. So that's wicket number 9. We'll have to look at the players, whether they'll shake hands or whether they'll wait for Ricardo Peters to come.
Fantastic match.
So that's the run chase. 26 from Bodie, 27 from Ricardo Adams, 39 from Ramkaran, 30 from Savory, and single digits. Ricardo Peters in the end retired at 19.
190 in the 46th over, 8 extras helping them. Confirming victory for Demerara by they finish ahead of Berbice and the Select 11. So the final on Saturday will be a big one. Demerara against Essequibo right here at Border. It will be a big one. Demerara against Essequibo right here at Border.
I'm Lancelot Khan, Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service. We also are the authorized reseller for a few popular world-renowned brands. Those include Hytera Communications, Glock Arms, CZ Arms, among others.
Well, hello there, wherever you are. Welcome once again to the Joe Jagmohan Cricket Ground at Hampton Court in beautiful Essequibo, Guyana's largest county. 229 all out Demerara. They were sent into bat by Essequibo, and you see the score there. Nandu top score with 73. Good assistance coming from Raymond Perez, 41, and Ushardeva Balgobin, 40. Then they tailed off at the end at one stage, looking to get past 250, but they succumb in 45.2 overs for 229. So the target for Essequibo will be 230, and they have all of 50 overs to get that going. Great sunshine, splendid condition continue to prevail here in Essequibo, and we are looking forward for a fine reply by the home team, Essequibo. May I remind you that this is the Queensway Guyana Cricket Board Senior Intercounty Super 50 2025. With me in the combox, Essequibian to the bone, Andy Ramnarain. Andy, I know you're rooting for Essequibo, but runs on the board are runs on the board. Hello, my friend.
Yes, indeed, and welcome back here at Hampton Court. I can tell you, the music pumping away in the background, the vibes are really building, a lot of spectators in the ground, and Essequibo looking for 230 for victory. As you rightly said, indeed, runs on the board, these batsmen will need to apply themselves, and this Demerara, pretty young team, I would like to see a very competitive game here. And as you look here, the highlights of the first inning, Demerara. And
yes, that Ushardeva Balgobin carefully steering this one through backward point. Good looking shot for 4 runs. Had his anxious moment, but look at that. He looks good, cover driving. Nice little tickle down the leg side that brought him another boundary. Thaddeus Lovell just a little bit too short on the leg side, and he paid the penalty. Off the back foot, look real good, Ushardeva. And getting a short delivery that got big on him that time. It was in the air, and a soft dismissal for a man who looked set while he was out in the middle.
yes, Inderjit, I think he was showing some signs of tiredness and probably lost concentration and would have given away that wicket. Machu Nandu, the other opener, he continues and looked good also. And then soft dismissal from a young man who would have loved to see really explode here but didn't get going. Shamar Apple, and lovely looking pull shot there. But this young man, Thaddeus Lovell, he would have really impressed. 5 wickets.
That was a short delivery, got big on him as well, Latif, and just couldn't get the control he needed. So we're about to witness the first delivery here, and it's going to be Ronaldo Ali Mohammed from the commentary box end, and facing up is Kevin Bodie at the non-strikers end, Mark Gonzalez. So let's see. Here's the reply. First delivery. Good start. Right on line of the middle and the off stump. And coming off the meat of the bat from Kevin Bodie.
Yes, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, young fast bowler. And very interestingly to see how Ali Mohammed operate here. I know he's a very clever bowler. He moved the ball both ways. Kevin Bodie, very senior open batsman at the intercounty level for Essequibo. A man with a double century at this level. And with him is Mark Gonzalez. Very strangely, Mark Gonzalez opening the batting instead of Ramkaran.
Here is Bodie inside out over the top of extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. He's a ferocious player once he gets going. That's a great shot to get off the mark. 4 without loss.
And in the G, looking at Bodie from a commentator's perspective, I think Kevin Bodie needs to play his natural game. If he wants to impress the selectors to make a national team or to put his name up, he needs to score and show that he can score and score aggressively. At the top, make use of the power play, and we just saw a very good shot there from him. But to come here and just look to get runs under your belt, to see if you're going to get a score here or probably impress the selectors, I would not agree with that at Kevin Booty caliber at his age.
This time not tempted whatsoever. He has a good strike rate, 149, in a 50 over encounter. So he has something going for him. And I do agree with you. It's very important that you make full use of that 10 overs power play. I think here is where Demerara really struggled with Matthew Nandu and Oshardeva Balgobin at the top in the first 10 over. Nobody is really brave, to go over the top. In the first over, we say Bodhi picking up the challenge. Not going to get that today. Just trying to confuse the umpire. Did it clip the top of the pad? No signal coming.
I think it clipped probably the straps or the lower part of the pad. And I agree with you there in the Jeet. But at the same time, Usherdev and Matthew Nandu, two young batsmen for Demerara, probably experience and they fear that losing their wicket early, maybe that contribute to that.
Very stylishly driven, this one. But the extra cover is in place. Well, when you come at this level, there should be no fear of losing your wicket. You're out in the middle. Your job is to score runs, play sensible cricket, take your singles, hit the bad ball away for 4. And I think in the first 10 overs, they struggled to do that. They didn't lose a bundle of wicket, but they were pegged back. Loud shout for leg before. Essequibo, the big man. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. In the end, umpire Abbas says, not out.
Yes, Inderjeet, and the score is 4 without loss. Essequibo chasing 230 for victory. I agree with you there. Coming in, opening the batting, you should not be fair. And this take me back, looking at an inter-county game between Berbice and Essequibo, right across the old ground there. Young Gonzalez opening batting with Clayton Lambert. I would have never witnessed as a young man two explosive batsmen, and I was very impressed with young Gonzalez from Berbice. Where is that young man today?
Yes, he's actually a contractor in the United States of America. He has done a lot of work on electrical engineering, I understand. Last reached him at Everest while he was in Guyana. So he's doing pretty well in the United States of America. You're talking about Andrew Gonzalez, the Berbician opening batsman.
Correct. My pores are raising now. I was there. I heard in commentary you mentioned Gonzalez, but I didn't know that was the young man who was actually playing in that Masters game. So I want to see young cricketers given the opportunity, have no fear, play without any fear, go out there, do the best of your ability, give them the opportunity, as you rightly said, do what you love, play to your natural strength.
Yes, other than that 4 that was hit over the top of extra cover of the bat of Bodhi, came back nicely in that over Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So Demerara is going to mix it up. A pace from the southern end and the left arm spin of Ashmead Ned from the northern end of the ground. And for the first time, Mark Gonzalez will be facing.
Ashmead Ned, young man who would have played a lot of cricket at all the levels just before making a senior West Indies team. So a lot of experience. How would he bring that here today?
As well, he's very, very talented. One of the players that came through the academy. He has not yet debuted for the senior West Indies team. He has played CPL cricket, played at the under-19 level. But I guess the ambition there is to go on to the senior level. He has everything. He's a good fielder, good bowler, very effective, can be economical and penetrative.
Yes, and Ashmead Ned, the son of the coach of the Demerara team, Gavin Ned, a very good off spinner, did his job for Guyana back in the days. So his father like son. So how does it go?
Good single here return whipped him well. His dad is actually at the ground here, and he's the coach of this Demerara cricket team. So he has a lot of influence. Gavin, yes, one of the better off spinners in the region. And that was while he played the game. Still bowls well and giving back knowledge to the youngsters that are under his charge.
So a lot of chatting out there. You can see Raymond Perez walking up to the crease. Kevin Booty probably saying a few words to him. Have a go at this young man. It's power play. It's 50 overs. Let's see how he's gonna approach facing up to Ashmnet.
Oh, he got down on one knee, and this is swept away beautifully. We are waiting the signal from the umpire, whether it was a maximum, and it went away for 4. The official signal coming now. But that was another fine shot off the bat.
And in the Jeet, we must give credit there to Kevin Booty. Using his experience, probably he knows Ashmnet is going to bowl that one a bit quicker, and he already figured out where the field is being placed and set, and that was a lovely looking shot there.
Well, Kevin is a good player. You know, a younger Kevin Booty would have played extremely good. Blossomed, never really went on. Plays for Police. He has played for a number of clubs as well in Georgetown, Essequibo.
Yes.
Going after his man again in the air this time. They're going to run away towards that big white rope and away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, again, almost carbon copy, as we would say, of the previous shot, and getting a lot of bat onto it. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Yes, he normally plays for the NOC Sports Club here in Essequibo. And as you rightly said, plays for a lot of clubs and plays a lot of local cricket. And he's one of the household name when it comes to hardball cricket.
Better line this time here to end the over. 2 overs gone. 14 without loss. This is a hectic start by Essequibo.
Get out before 9 comes on. The man ready thing with you? One thing with you? What up? Thing with going from the back down there. That's that? So one body truth.
Yeah, well, at 14 without loss, their target 230. Bodie normally plays for the American Cricket Society whenever they tour Guyana or play against them, and he scores heavily in those tournaments and looks to be in good form as well. Ashmnet just straying in a line and paid the penalty.
I could tell you, Kevin Bodie would look to represent himself and represent his county well. And Ali Mohammed bowling middle and like some there to Gonzalez, was equal to the task, and pushes back up to Ali Mohammed. Coming back to Kevin Booty, there was some bickering about Kevin Booty still in the Essequibo team. That is why I mentioned he would need to represent his name and his county well. Opening batting here.
Oh, that's clipped magnificently through backward square by Mark Gonzalez for 4. Great timing. Left the bat sweetly and hustled down towards the backward square for 4. That's going to do his confidence a world of good. Well played.
Yes, indeed. Ali Mohammed straying into the pads there of Mark Gonzalez, and he make full use of that opportunity. Open space, using the wrist and the pace of the ball there into the boundary for 4. So Kevin Booty is gonna look to make this opportunity count, and as we can already see from him, he's been showing signs of aggression, of natural nature of the Kevin Booty we know.
Yes, that shot, Mark Gonzalez, look good. And Andy Ramnarain, one of the sons of Essequibo. Where do you actually live, Andy, after this delivery? Short, and he's pulling at this one. Didn't get it the way he wanted it, but will surely hustle and come back two more to the score. So he realized that the player was inside that 30-yard circle. Short delivery, went after his man. Just getting two.
Yes, he pulled well there, beating the man at the wide mid-on area there, over his head, scoring 2 runs. Coming back to you, Indeed, I'm living in a village called Hoostiedarens on the Essequibo coast, approximately 7 miles from Supernam.
Yeah, Hoostiedarens. That's nice there. Not far away from here.
Yes, indeed. It's very far away from here. It's about 25 minutes drive away from here.
25 minutes drive, and you said that's far away. Understand you guys rear a lot of Muscovy ducks there, do you?
No, we don't rear them, but we catch them in the savannah, which is not a far distance from here.
Good. I'm happy that you opened yourself up for this. Short ball, and that's pulled away viciously out through forward square, out towards the boundary. 4 runs by Mar Gonzalez.
Yes, and these two openers, they're working with a plan. They're looking to take on the bowlers in the power play overs. Very good shot there from Mark Gonzalez. And I can tell you, Mark Gonzalez is a son of the South Essequibo Cricket Committee. He plays a lot of cricket in his younger days for South, but he is now living in East Bank. And I trust that his coach is looking on, Coach Fob Daniels, who is not here, but his academy team also is here.
Well, that was a fearless shot to a short delivery. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he likes a competitive battle. Will he go short again? We shall see. Straight down the leg side. Another wide. Well, why I ask you that, I heard you are a very hospitable individual. And seeing myself, Naim Chan, John Ramsing, Anthony Danrat coming all the way from Demerara, east coast of Demerara in Georgetown, we thought we'd have gotten some bunjal duck and dal and rice in the commentary box. What has gone wrong since you don't pay for them? You say you catch them in the savannas.
Well, you asked about Muscovy duck. We catch Muscovy duck, but you would not get Muscovy duck in the restaurant. Probably if you had informed me a month or 2 before, I would have made that arrangement so that my hunters would have brought a few ducks and I would probably prepare that duck curry for you. So the end of 3 overs, the score is 25 without loss. Mark Gonzalez looking good. He's on 11 and Kevin Booty on 12.
So Bodhi's on 12 from 10. 3 fours already in that. 2 fours too against the name of Mark Gonzalez, who is on 11 from 8. Remind you, the total is 230. 25 without loss. 3 overs gone. They're scoring just about 8 runs and over. This is what the doctor ordered. Demerara will have to rethink the strategy here now, because this is an exciting start by both these guys. They need a further 205 of 282 balls. Think match on here. You expect Essequibo to roar if they go on to win Demerara?
Well, in commentary on air, I don't want to sound biased. You mentioned that I'm Essequibian to the bone, but I'm here to see good cricket. And these two teams, they would have played against each other. But I would want to say Essequibo have the edge because of more experienced team lineup on paper, knowing the players. They would have showed what they give to in the first half. The Demerara team, pretty young, inexperienced team, but never rolled out. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And coming into the attack from the northern end, Christopher Harry. And I think Christopher wants to work for FL Sports, so I trust that his boss will be happy to see him perform here.
Yes, Chris Harry, very steady bowler, left arm, brings a good variety, not a tearaway fast bowler, moves it as well. Not a bad start. He comes from a very high action, runs up nicely, gather the momentum, and look at his walk back.
I read some time back when CPL was preparing the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Saw someone did a nice write-up about Christopher Harry. We were very impressed with the way he was bowling in the nets, and I think that's a very good sign. So net bowler, then coming in to make your county team. Let's see how he make this opportunity counts here today.
Oh, that's a deliberate shot over the top of extra cover, away to the boundary for 4. That's a great shot of the bat of Kevon Booty. He gone to 16. That was ferociously hit.
And I could tell you, anyone knows Kevon Booty well, you're not gonna give him such a delivery on his day. Definitely he's gonna put you away. Luckily it's one bounce for 4 and not on the road.
Yeah, has to watch that line. Just pull back the length a little. And I wonder why the fellas here at FL Sports had a great giggle when I said he comes from a very high action.
Well, probably, as I mentioned earlier, he worked with the FL team, and doing commentary, you were always in a high position, so probably he's accustomed to that, being in a high position.
You mean in the commentary box? The height of the commentary box. 29 without loss. They required 201 runs from 279 balls. Good start. Horizontal 29 without loss. Still 3 deliveries to go in this over.
And that one straying a bit there in his line down the leg side. And Harry would need to make use of the field set here by Machu Nandu. But something not looking too right from my perspective as a commentator looking out to the field. The Demerara players, they seems to be a bit down in their spirit, the shoulders a bit dropped. Need someone to give a little vibes in the field here, Indy.
Well, taking off the hips this time and carted away down towards the long leg. And that's another boundary. Straying badly down the leg side here, Chris Harry. He was up outside the line of the off stump, went over the top of extra cover, the bat of Kevon Bodie. He came back with a delivery that down the leg side and whipped nicely for another boundary. And look at Bodie. He's gone on to 20 from just 14 balls.
Yes, and Kevon Bodie is in fine form. Leading up to this senior intercounty tournament, there were a couple of trial games, and in all those games, Kevon Bodie would have scored half century, and one of them is right here. So he knows the track well. He's accustomed to the environment, and a very smart cricketer is Kevon Bodie.
5 boundaries so far to him. Well, that's a short ball, turned off the body in the air, diving effort. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Great effort on the boundary line. In the end, Dindial just couldn't make it. It's another boundary. He's 6 so far. Kevon Bodie moves on to 24.
Yes, and Kevon Bodie is showing us here what he is capable of and what he is accustomed to do. Short ball, pulling, and that's excellent. The ball didn't make much height, but excellent work from the fielder down on the deep backward square boundary there, giving 100%. Unfortunately, ball not getting to hand.
Yes, that's Marvin Dindial. Great effort. That's the kind of effort you want to see in the field. And Bodie is picking his place nicely. I say that because there is a square leg out on the boundary. You have a short forward square. There is a mid-on, and the ball has gone a long way. It has been lost. Well, it's amazing where that has been lost. That normally happens in the country areas among the big grasses. You tie two grasses together with a knot, and it actually tells you the direction where the ball is. Remember those days?
Yes, indeed. And I must say, kudos to the organizers. We have with us here the cricket operations manager, Mr.
Yeah, you're talking about Mr. Anthony Danrad. There's also the president of the Essequibo Cricket Board. He's also the vice president of Guyana Cricket Board and one of the directors on Cricket West Indies, Mr. Dalip Singh. He's here, along with the sponsor, Queensway Security, Mr. Kilanda. He's in the ground as well.
Yes, indeed. I was just about to mention that. Good to see that they are bringing cricket back to these rural communities in the three counties across Guyana and Essequibo. The Essequibians love their cricket.
Short and cut off the back foot gloriously out towards third man. And it has gone away for 4. You won't get them better than that. Kevin Bodie is on fire. 38 without loss.
Well, I can tell you, the Essequibians in the ground here, they would love what they're seeing. Cannot be asking for better. Coming in on a Saturday after lunch, all your chores are finished, and witnessing Essequibo batting and Kevin Bodie on fire. What a way to greet you. What a place to be. Lovely atmosphere.
Yes, and only 4 overs have gone, and the required run rate 4.09. They're scoring a 10 and over, needing 188 runs more of 276 balls. So good start by both openers. Gonzalez almost like a spectator on 11, but when he gets the chance, he can pack a punch as well. He gets the chance now, and that's going to be Ashmead Ned being switched to the southern end of the ground.
Yes, and we mentioned earlier on commentary about the first hour and a half, the way the wicket was looking, and looking at that strip now, it all a batsman paradise. And if you follow cricket a lot, it's more looking like a border strip. And indeed, you would want to challenge me here.
Yeah, it looks like Border. I do agree with you. Border still has a very, very good pitch there. Nothing wrong with this pitch. I think it's a good pitch. That's a good delivery by Ashmead Nair. Floated up nicely. So the thought here may be to get the left arm spinner to bowl into the wind rather than having with the wind behind of him. Wow, bowl down! Ashmead Ned gets his man, and the first wicket has gone. Mark Gonzalez cleaned up by Ashmead Ned in over number 5. It's 42 for 1.
Excellent delivery ball there by Ashmead Ned. Look at the ball, pitch and line, went on with the arm, knocking the top of the middle and off stump. And Mark Gonzalez had no answer to that delivery. He would have been better advised playing off the back foot, playing a defensive shot.
Yeah, I think he was beaten there. He actually lost sight of that delivery. That's where left arm spinners are more dangerous into that corridor. And if you make a miss not covering it, you're going to be leg before or clean bowl. Well, he did not get any bat onto it, and it cannoned into the stumps. And the trick here for Demerara has worked. They have picked up their first wicket in Mark Gonzalez. That can give some energy to them as well.
Yes, definitely indeed. And on camera seems to me one of the umpires suffer a bit injury there. I notice his partner is rendering some assistance. So the new batsman out in the middle, Kemal Savory, the captain of the Essequibo team, and he's well known to be the prince of Essequibo, a man who has been shouldering the batting for some period now in Essequibo, and he is being well greeted and loved by all the Essequibians.
Well, I see the umpires are limping there a little. I was about to say he pulled a muscle, but I look carefully. There aren't too much muscle out in the middle there for our umpire. Naim is wicked. He said the umpire pulled a bone. 42 for 1. And the new batter, like you said, Kemal Savory. Why do you guys call him the Prince of Essequibo?
Well, that's an undiscovered theory that we yet to find out. But he had a chat with him and a few persons. But we'll get there. We're getting there slowly.
Has he seen a princess? Well, I think he carries the entire Essequibo on his shoulder as a batter. Kemal Savory, and he has done well. A national player, very compact, very stylish, excellent wicketkeeper, and always fit as a fiddle, Kemal Savory, and a very, very important cog in the wheel for the Guyana national team, the Harpy Eagles.
Yes, indeed, you would have described it well there. And I could tell you, Kemal Savory has been doing a lot of work before making his senior debut. And given that opportunity, he would have grasped it with both hands and excel. And he continues to work hard on his game.
Wow, that's beaten outside the off stump. Very late on the shot there, Kemal Savory. Comprehensively beaten as he looked to cut it away through backward point. Well bowled here, Ashmid Ned.
Yes, and that one went on with the arm and actually skids on. Dangerous shot to play coming in such early in his innings.
Good delivery. Essequibo over the years is known as the Cinderella County. Still so?
Yes, that would never change. Essequibo, we are known for our hospitality. Cinderella, probably associated with a prince. Probably that is why Savory is being given the name the Prince, because he's been carrying Essequibo, as you rightly said, over the years with his batting. But outside of that, Essequibo is no longer the place that 10, 15 years ago where people would want to come and say, we have developed, we have transformed, and kudos to the government of the day.
Yeah, so 42 for 1, 5 overs gone, and Andy's going to go get some refreshment while I'll be joined by my good friend from the east coast of Demerara, the man from Hope, Naim Chan, one of our long-standing cricket commentators in Ghana, the Caribbean as well. It's always good to be in the company of Naim. And look at that. Many of those came via transportation provided by Mr. Kalanda under the Queensway security form. They have come out here in their numbers to support this match. Hello to you, Naim.
Hi, Jeet. Good afternoon, all. Wherever you might be taking our broadcast to the wider world. I want to say good afternoon to the minor league cricket tournament and the organizers. Did some work actually recently for them. Quite a pleasure. See your beautiful grounds, especially in Texas. I saw some beautiful grounds. Some of the other states as well. And you're looking at one of the counties in our country that has become famous not only for its mineral and gold and diamond, but also for beautiful cricket grounds. This is really picturesque, and just the lush green has come off a little bit because of the weather conditions in Guyana. Pretty hot weather, but a nice wind has been blowing across the ground recently. Well, for the entirety of the match, actually.
So umpire, that's Nagasar. He has gone out into the middle, replacing our dear friend who actually got some injury, maybe to the muscle, the thigh, whatever the case may be. I hope that he's going to be well. So we're having a switch of bowlers. Harry, after going for 17 in his first over, being replaced by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who actually started from the southern end. He's now going to come from the northern end of the ground. Strong wind behind of him. And he'll bowling to Kevin Bodie. He's on 28 from 16.
Kevin is, when he gets going, he's such a commanding batsman. He takes charge. He's very elegant, and just a pity some cricketers just don't go on to the big times. Age catches up and all sorts of issues and elements, but at this level he's quite a star to look at.
He's going to get a single here. Smart cricket here by Kevon Bodie. You see him there just getting inside the line, just tucking it away into the onside, not looking for a lot of power. He knows with power he's going to find a fielder. No single, but played nicely, gently, using the pace of the bowler. That's what you call manipulating the bowler and getting a single off it.
And he's joined by another person. He's captain in Kemal Savory, who's a very, very responsible batsman and very intelligent. We've seen a couple of games at the national level and within the country, domestic tournaments, where he has displayed that with no small measure. Look at his matches there. That's Kemal.
Yes, the thing is, that's average 23.43. The strike rate 108. We'll want to improve on those. Here's a big drive into the hand at short cover. Well, that's actually a Spectator's catch. Went into the ground. Left the bat in a flurry, though.
Just didn't pick the gap, actually. And you would like to think in the power play they have done extremely well so far, but in normal circumstances you'd want. He gets it this time. Peeling off the bat, beautiful shot. Square of the wicket. There's nothing prettier to look at than a well-executed cover drive.
Beautifully done. Let's just look back at this one here. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, half volley just outside the line of the off stump and on the back foot, piercing the offside field through cover. That's a great shot off the left-hander. And some or the other, when left-handers play those kind of shots, they look real pretty.
Yeah, I saw Jaiswal. I saw he executed a few of those against the West Indies in this current test match going on.
He's a brilliant player. I might as well score tons and tons of runs.
But he's got some 7 centuries and 5 of those are over 150.
Yes, sensible cricket there. Pushing at it, deliberately holding back, opening the face at the last moment, down towards fine third man and collecting another single. This is what we are saying. Between good batters and excellent players, the good batter will look to go at it very hard, maybe get it through for a 4 or straight to the fielder without scoring. Here's a smart cricketer, knowing exactly where he wants to put it.
That's why I was happy when you brought up the subject of intelligent players. Both of them very experienced, and you can see it in their approach to the game. Not on that occasion.
Stop praising him.
Firing away outside the off stump, just missing the outside edge. That's a beauty from Ali Mohammed.
Absolutely so. Just moved away at the last moment just to beat the edge of the batter. That's a fine delivery. Always enjoy your trip to Essequibo, Naeem?
Absolutely. From the time you gave me the call asking me if I want to go to Essequibo, the answer was yes immediately. He's going to be out there. Kevon Bodie. He's gone for 29. And that was the partnership I think they were looking forward to take it possibly to the 100 mark at least. Two of the sparkles in the Essequibo batting lineup. Not to be. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed made the breakthrough. He's now got 1 for 21. And Essequibo looking for 230. They're just, 29? No, 40s. We'll have the score in just a while.
Actually,
there you
Bodie
go.
made 29 from that 19.
48. That's not a happy situation, losing 2 wickets before even 50.
Yes, and you look at that one there, Naeem, a little bit slower delivery than the previous one, right on target. Bodie was looking to play around the delivery, right here, and then maybe just lost it pulled the right hand off the bat, had no control whatsoever, and Ned taking a good catch down at mid-on. So the breakthrough had come, 48 for the loss of 2 after 6 overs.
We come back to the earlier discussions we had about partnerships, how important it is. Kanchaya Ramkaran, very, very talented young man, can stay there and bat for a pretty long time. They need him to do that. But we're coming back to the issue of partnership. When Demerara were batting, Balgobin and Nandu had put on 67 for the first wicket in just over 14 overs. And then Nandu joined with Perez and posted 73 for the second wicket. I was expecting that 2 of the best batsmen from the Essequibo side, that partnership was broken. So unfortunate for them. You don't deliberately get out, but slower ball, as you mentioned, and so he scooped it rather than drove it.
Yes, totally outfoxed by that delivery. So Ashmid Ned will begin over number 7. Some pressure here now on Essequibo. Savory is in strike, and a solitary slip is lurking there.
Nicely tucked there, getting a single only. That's the important thing, squeezing these runs. If you look at the required stuff here, 181 of 263 balls. So lots of deliveries at hand, available. It's whether you have that appetite. We have to excuse Kevin Bodie, he was deceived. But I'd like to see whether these two will be playing irrational shots getting out, like some of our West Indian players, or whether they would hold their wickets and cautiously get on with the game, crawling up and just stealing singles.
Yes, well, last year we all saw Kanaya Ramkaran, the police officer. He worked at the immigration department. I'm not too sure if he's still there. Yes, says our producer, John Ramsing. Very compact, very stylish as well. Well, that's a good delivery. Jumped on him a little, Naeem.
Not only jumped, I think it was a reckless shot. You've got a slip in hand, and he's toying with the ball outside the off stump. That wasn't making quite a lot of sense.
Yes, sir. And he got an edge onto it into the gloves of the keeper and out again. Well, he has dodged a bullet. Ramkaran driving on the onside of the pitch out towards the boundary, and you can hear that song. That's 4 runs.
Nice shot. Deliberate too. And once it's straight past the bowler, remember the power play is still on hand, so once you get past that bowler, it's all clear for you.
And I wonder what's going through the mind of young Shamar Apple. Had a chance to send back Ramkaran without scoring. Lost the opportunity. Got up a little bit too early. Couldn't control the ball in the gloves. The basics, get up as late as possible.
Something is a little bit ticklish here for Ramkaran. He was not moving his feet, period. Not reaching out to the ball. He stood right there from his stance. Saw a few shots like those from young Ushadeva Balgobin. The minute you seem to go back to these spinners, you can end up in all sorts of trouble. 7 overs gone, 5-3 for 2.
Yeah, we just look back at this delivery. Was a big drive by Ramkaran, the edge found, and I thought that Apple should have done better there.
So Ramkaran living a little dangerously. Look at that. You've got men close up and you're cutting at the ball going away from you. You're likely to get in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, I was asking you about your memories coming to Essequibo over the years, mixing with the residents of Essequibo and calling the game as well, you know, in cricket. What are some of those memories you still have lingering inside at the back of your head?
We're going to get to that. Look at the dot balls. We saw numerous dot balls when the batting side were bowling. runs for beaten. I think had 24 dot balls at one time. I come back to those beautiful days. Nostalgia fills my mind when you ask me to go do commentaries in Essequibo and all the way at Albion. In fact, my very first stint of commentaries in the 1980s was at the Albion Sports Complex. Chandapal has made his debut. I think Sheikh Mohammed was also playing in that game. But coming back to Essequibo, in one of those inter-county games, the ground was extremely packed around the parameters. I'll come back to that in just a while. Slashed away. There's a man down deep at cover. But this crowd, they're all coming with basket loads of food. When you think that something like dal you would not walk with at a cricket ground, they have dal, they have rice, they have dal puri. The atmosphere was festive. But I was looking out from the commentary box. There was a big, huge bowl of chicken curry. And apparently, chicken curry, not curry chicken. Apparently, when all the meat was finished, the bowl was still halfway there with sauce. We say surwa. This guy drank it all out. The beer sauce, masala.
Garam masala.
About half a pot. He drank it out, and he was, of course, taking his alcoholic beverages liberally.
Well, he did got some baton to that one. Down the leg side, down towards long leg, and that's 4 runs off the bat of Kanaya Ramkaran. He was going up there with the appeal, Ali Mohammed, but realizing some baton to it, went down towards the boundary and he scores.
But it's all fun memories in the countryside. For Berbice, I remember working at Kanji Ground when, what was the false name of Fazil Sattar?
I don't want to say it on here. They used to call him the Terminator.
Terminator. And every boundary he struck, the entire groups in the crowd would flood the ground and delay the resumption of play. And he made 100, I think. So imagine the amount of stoppages. I'll just get back to that. And I think the fight started to break out in every quarter, every square inch of the ground. I think 15 and a half men were stabbed. Many of them ending up in the trenches fighting with all the liquor that was being consumed. So, Lordy, those are memories that still in that game, some of the Fingal and a whole lot of old players, the Hooper time and Lambert and all of them.
It's a brilliant drive. Couldn't keep it down. The return comes in and they'll get the single. Good, lovely looking cover drive by Ramkaran to move on to a 9. But you call it surwa. Some people call it gravy. That man that devoured it, he actually saw soup.
Boy, I tell you, those are things that stuck in my mind. And the festive atmosphere, everybody's having fun. Having your wife all next to you, but the boys are drinking. And sometimes they clap their hands at the wrong shot. No boundary, but they clap. They didn't watch, they didn't see. That's after reaching under the affluence of alcohol. The other way around. But all so splendid over the years. And why I like the countryside, it's the rustic scene. At Albion, there was an abandoned home. They had no roof, but they had the flooring still. And dozens of men will be sitting. Those are sights that I remember. Beautiful. Hampton Court, good afternoon to you.
Yes, lovely place to be here on a Saturday afternoon. That's today. Oh, that was so close to the off stump there. Shoulders, arm, the left-hander, Kemal Savory, showing great judgment. I remember the first match I did at the old Hampton Court ground that was owned by the Sankars. They're not far away from here. It was Guyana against Canada. It was a red stripe bowl match when Canada used to take part there. And one of the Passats fella, I think it was Paul Prashad actually, that led the Canadian side. It was unbelievable with the sight that we saw. 8 overs gone here, 59 for the loss of 2. There were about 10,000 people that flocked Hampton Court GBC then broadcast it live on radio. Man, you talk about the atmosphere. It was terrific. You call it curry chicken. Those people then said, Inderjeet, come and have fowl cock curry. That's rooster curry. The talk in the countryside. Amazing.
Well, at Kanji, we spoke about the conduct of the crowd. In all fairness, they were not, behaving
They were
as
good people.
Yeah. But because of our criticism, they came and shook the commentary box, a small little squeaky thing. I tell you what, I was preparing to jump, let go of the microphone.
And jump into one of their hands while they were shaking
It's
it.
jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire.
I hear you. So, 8 overs gone, 59 for 2. Required run rate 4.07. That's not a huge one. Still, 8 wickets standing here. And 2 very, very good players are out in the middle.
I think they've gotten the message in their minds. You have to occupy here. You need partnership. That's what you need. A wicket or two falling again is not going to help your cause. So it's staying there, rotating the strike as much as possible. It's a right-hand, left-hand combination, which is good. And just keep working. They have, in a while you'll see, look how many balls. 250 balls to get 171 runs. So the way I see their batting now, Jeet, is that they fully understand their role.
Absolutely. So, just calming down a little. You do not want to lose another wicket at this juncture in the game. We're still in the 10 overs power play.
Ashmead Ned is keeping it as tight as possible. And he knows that Ramkaran and Kemal Savory may not want to take unnecessary chances. So he can lure them a little more, give a little more flight, especially after the power play is completed, when he can take advantage by having long off and long on a man down at the backward square boundary.
Yes, and the wicket is still a good batting wicket. No devil whatsoever. Occasional delivery keeping a little bit low. He's going to get a single this time. You did mention the name Faisal Sattar. We call him the Terminator. If the soul ever rests, may his soul rest in peace. He has gone to the great beyond. But he was a real Terminator in his time. Went on to play for Guyana at the regional level.
He was quite his style of batting really didn't reflect the person he was. He was ultra aggressive. That's why they call him Terminator. But as a person, he was such a humble guy, quiet. Nice defense there, Kemal Savory. Lunging forward all the way, very, very long in front and defending. That's the end of 9, 60 for the loss of 2. Lots of balls left in hand. 170 runs from 246. It's anybody's game if they can bat there for as long as possible.
At the end of this over, John Ramsing will come a-calling to join you, Naeem. Ali Mohammed 1 for 27, 14 dot balls, but he went for a few boundaries. Ashmead Ned 1 for 16, look at that, from his 4 overs, 18 dot balls. And Christopher Harry, the lone over, 17 runs knocked off him. There were 4 boundaries in that over bowl by Chris Harry. And Essequibo over the years, they have not been able to string, a winning team. They produce some outstanding individual player, but you're seeing a different shape taking place here. And I think the board, headed by Mr. Dalip Singh, should be congratulated. The area boards as well, the clubs in Essequibo for coming together and ensure they have a very, very competitive team, a team that now can win.
Yes, it's good poetic justice because in those times, perhaps Jaimini Singh, Trenton Peters, just a handful of cricketers that the entire cricket depended on to make any sort of fight back. Now these guys are flooded with great players that can beat any of the other counties.
Yes, a very, very strong team, and given a good reckoning of themselves so far, chasing down that 240 for victory. I saw you met your friend Wallace, who played for Essequibo this morning. He's the groundsman here.
Christopher Harry's down at third man. I noticed John Ramsing there was a lull in the commentary box. He was very quiet, even walked away when Chris Harry bowled that one over. Devastated.
Yes, certainly someone who manages the workload of Chris Harry behind the camera. Want his man to do well. Still can come back, Chris Harry.
I think John should be celebrating, because if he's dropped, then he works with John as a cameraman. So you'd like him dropped.
Ouch! Chris Harry felt that one.
Ali Mohammed. Yeah, that'd be called a wide. He was hoping for a pinch of bat onto that. 1 for 28, 1 for 29 now. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's been quite on target. There were a few that strayed a little bit, maybe when he's trying to get the extra pace. Other than that, he's been pretty good.
Yeah, no edge on that one whatsoever. You remember Dinesh Joseph, that elegant right-hander called to trials. Such a lovely player. I saw him made a 147 against Collis King. Not Collis King, Rayon King. As well as Stuart at the LBI ground, punching them on the back foot. Looked so well. But just decided to call it a day in cricket.
There's so many stars that you would have seen over the years. Who would ever forget Rabindranath Seeram from the west coast of Demerara? And he was such a fantastic batsman. Absolutely elegant. And makes it look easy. It reminds me a little bit of Majid Khan from Pakistan. Cool and calm. But he just came at the wrong era, perhaps. Struck away more runs. Come back now for 2. Yes, I like this. Kemal Saver, he's running, he's turning back, keeping his eye on the ball to see if there's the possibility for an extra run. That's good cricket.
Yes, and as we continue to talk Essequibo cricket, I remember Bisham C. Prasad, excellent left-arm spinner, did well for his county. But how could you have dismantled...
Mandula? That's another one.
Yes, he played at the under-19 level. We're talking about the senior inter-county players. Bisham C. Prasad came close to get into the Guyana team. But then you had the Nagamutu. That's, and Neil Magarel. It was Mahendra Nagamutu and Neil, very difficult to dislodge them. But he was an excellent bowler.
And what was Neil Magarel's false name? You remember?
Well, they used to call him the Beast. And the name fit him because that man gives you 200%. Great respect for Neil Magarel.
Absolutely. Fighter. That's a fighter.
Win a match because of his batting, can win a match because of his bowling and his fielding as well.
Singles. Run very fast, but Kemal Savory knows it's only going to be 1. But in those days, Jeet, you're watching inter-county. You think it's a first-class regional match. All the big names from all the Lyndon Joseph, Carl Hooper, Lambert and Danny Ram, Roger Harper, Clyde Botts. You watch the side out of Demerara, you think it's a test squad you're watching.
Yes, the good old days of Guyana and West Indies cricket. Final delivery coming up in over number 10. John Ramsing is going to join Naeem. Watch this final delivery. To end with a bump outside the line of the off stump, 10 gone, 65 for 2.
I'm Lancelot Khan, Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service. We also are the authorized reseller for a few popular world-renowned brands. Those include Hytera Communications, Glock Arms, CZ Arms, among others.
So you're not missing any cricket. Kemal Savory 10. Kanaya Ramkaran, he's batting with him. That's the previous innings. Matthew Nandu 73, Raymond Perez 41, Ushadeva Balgobin 40. And now Kevin Bodie in this innings, 29, looking so solid and building a partnership with Kemal Savory. And then all of a sudden he misjudged a drive into the hands of a fielder and he went for 29. This one of the down the leg side. But some of the replays there, that was that dramatic, I don't want to use the word disgusting because John will scold me, but one of the really bad overs sent down by Harry. Ashmi Ned having a confident appeal, not out, says the umpire. Let's get back after this to the actual game. Jonathan Van Lang on about the line of the leg stump. It was a stifled appeal. John, good afternoon. You look like you're well fed.
Hello, Naim. Hello, everyone. National table tennis player making his senior in the county debut as well, Jonathan Van Lang. A teenager as well. Getting an opportunity with the ball. Did not contribute a lot with the bat. But he's bowling just outside the line of a leg stump to the left-handed Savory. So he will not win a lot of leg before verdicts that way. But early days for him in his career, he will learn. Captain of the Guyana's on the 19th side, the recent on the 19th tournament this year. Quite a disappointing campaign for Guyana. Van Lang did not light up the circuit either from an individual standpoint. That's 7 for 25. Was at Maltino's in an intercounty game, regional, on the 19 intercounty game against Berbice. Quite a good utility player, Jonathan Van Lang.
Well, he would only go upwards and better, but I like his confidence that he displays. He's never ruffled or in any way looking very nervous. Short. He's bowling to a batsman, Kemal Savory. Once he finds his nick and his rhythm, I described 100, I think it was, at Everest, Kemal Savory. And after that innings, I knew that this guy is really an intelligent cricketer because he was batting his way through difficult times, came out on top in the end. Admirable knock. This is going to go all the way, John. Yeah, short there. And again, as you mentioned, he was hanging down the leg side.
Begging to be hit, really. Ill-directed. And someone like Savory, who mentioned, loves to score. Will not miss out on that ranked long hop with lack of pace. So another boundary for Essequibo. And they're really doing well in this run chase. Their bonus points up for grabs. And Essequibo scoring more than 6 runs and over the first phase of this run chase just might be in for a bonus point, a batting bonus point. And the way things are going right now, Savory and Ramkaran look at a bit of partnership. They may very well get more bonus points.
How confident is Kemal Savory? You can see it all over, printed on his personality and the way he approaches the game, beaming or with confidence.
Macho Nandu in his first game as captain for Demerara at this level. Former West Indies under 19 captain in 2022. He has his work cut out, defending champion.
Good delivery, good comeback. I think Kemal Savory was caught in two minds because I don't think he was reaching to the length of the ball, and in the end did not maneuver well. That's the end of 11. It's now 69 for 2. Well, two things don't be in short supply in the countryside, and that's solid food and the liquid beverage. Look at that bottle. So the score is like 69 for like 4 or 5 bottles of rum. So we're going to have a change in bowling. Richie Loknott has been brought on. There you go, 28 matches. How many wickets? 32. He's had a best bowling figure of 4 for 21.
Played first class cricket this season, well, last season for the Guyana side, the Harpy Eagles. Recently, first division captain as well of Everest. So, a little bit of experience for Richie Loknott from the West Demerara region.
But I like to see when they spin across the country playing for different clubs, having a first-hand idea of the pitches, the atmosphere, mixing with more variety as far as bowling is concerned. So the horizon is expansive. Deceived there. Ramkaran prodding forward, searching for something he didn't find at the end of it all.
And I think Captain Kemal Savory recognizing the chance for a single. Call his part through very quickly. Ramkaran and Savory play for the Guyana Police Force Sports Club in Georgetown. So familiarity as well. Savory is a rural constable, whereas Ramkaran, an immigrations officer, last served at, perhaps still at the Jelly Jagan International. Bowled! Clean bowled! Playing down the wrong line, Kemal Savory. And Loknott striking in his very first over. And despite Essequibo scoring and scoring relatively easy, they're losing wickets easy as well. 3 down now for Samantha in the 12th.
Well, that's a terrible blow. Terrible blow. If there's someone that would have taken Essequibo along this road to success, he's walking back there to the pavilion.
So the new batter, Kimo Paul, was way out of his crease, dragged out by Richie Loknott. Loknott is one of the traditional off spinners, goes from a very high action, rings his body as well, and then turns like he was turning a doorknob. Lots of revolutions in that ball. So a good wicket to get for Demerara. Exposing the middle order now of Essequibo. Essequibo by no means out of it, with international experience now coming to the middle. Kimo Mandela Angus Paul, his dad, is in the ground watching. Lots of work still to be done. 160 to get from 232 deliveries.
Well, I hope Kimo Paul remembers that he has played this game at the highest possible level, at least in limited overs. And I would like, and all the formats. And I hope he remembers that, because there's an element of irrationality sometimes in his batting. He's such a talented player, fraught with talent. And then all of a sudden, sometimes irrationality takes the forefront. Now, they've got to get partnership. They're going to get a single. Ushadeva there misfielding. Richie Loknath doesn't like it. No one would, but just get back there and bowl. I'd love to see Kimo Paul take his side to victory. Then you are actually declaring your international status, so to speak, keeping it intact. And approach it like Ramkaran. Ramkaran has been cautious simply because I think he knows that there are a whole lot of overs to make this runs. There you go, 232 balls to get 160. Stay and bat. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they all get out, because we'll be on our way back home a little earlier. O'Shea is going down on the carpet. That's the end of the over. End of 12. 71 for 3. What's happening tomorrow? I understand you're playing at the Lusignan ground, John?
Tournament continues tomorrow. Shift of counties. Heading to Demerara, on the east coast of Demerara. At Lusignan. The Guyana Cricket Board Select 11 taking on Berbice. Good crowd in the making here at Hampton Court. And Essequibo way ahead of the Demerara Worm at this stage of the game. However, they've lost 3 wickets compared to none at this stage when Demerara were batting. Balgobin and Captain Nandu were at the crease at that time.
Actually, at the end of 12, they were 55 without loss. So they've got 71, much more than 55. But then they've lost 3 wickets. 3 very, very competent batsmen.
Van Lang will continue.
Yes, Kimo Paul, that's what you can do. Do it well. John, I noticed you've been yawning in the commentary box. You had a hard night last night? Or this morning, sorry.
Restful. We had to travel last evening, so was in bed just after 7 p.m.
Greenwich Mean Time or Pacific? Nice delivery, nice shot as well there from Kimo Paul, getting in behind, just turning it up into the leg side field, turning the wrist, keeping it along the ground.
So Essequibo won't mind the dot balls here and there. They're well ahead of the asking rate. Look at the Billa partnership again. Required run rate is just over 4 runs and over. They're scoring just under 6 and over. So they're ahead. And if they can build a partnership to bat the defending champions out of this game, they know they have their work made a bit easy. With the start Demerara got this morning, many felt 229 is an underachievement for them.
Ah, beautiful! Catch of the match. Who's that fella? Matthew Nandu. Well, he really plucked that out from nowhere. Absolutely brilliant. I guess you'll be having another look at that catch. I'm thinking that even Nandu thought he wouldn't catch it. He made contact. The ball stuck in his hands.
About those pitched up. Look at the go through with the shot again. A little bit of inward movement from Van Lang, and there it was. Ramka ran there, not able to stroke it down the ground. Hit it in the air, and Nandu, short mid wicket, flying to his left, and took an excellent catch. Catch of the season so far. 72 now for 4. Van Lang striking in his second over.
So here comes the big man who would make the breakout from the breakout tournament straight into CPL. Quinton ticking time bomb Sampson.
And once again, Sampson being watched by his parents. His sister and brother are here as well. His wife and his 2 children are here. So it's a family affair for the Sampsons. And tomorrow, 12th of October, the Sampsons are inviting everyone to their village, Karya, for a little bit of a celebration. It's a homecoming for Quinton Sampson, but because of his duties here, he may not be at his own homecoming.
I wonder how genuine is that invitation. It sounds how you're putting it. It sounds like it's Kitty Campbellville. You just catch a bus in 5 minutes. You're there. How many miles are we talking about here?
First of all, don't even take a bus. You take a boat from Parika Sterling, fast boat, and you head about approximately 40 minutes thereabout on the river to Karya, a village that produced the president of Guyana, former president Donald Ramutar. Yeah, so Karya, a very proud community of Quinton Sampson, came out from that village, went on to right here on the Essequibo coast for secondary school. And our co-commentator, Andy Ramnarine, saw him playing on a tarmac at the dormitory and asked him if he would like to try it for hardball. He said no, the ball is going to hurt him. And he insisted and took him to Rising Stars Cricket Club. And here he is today for the world to see.
Now he's hurting bowlers.
First ball, gone. Chasing a delivery that was just outside his off stump. And with all the excitement that was surrounding the homecoming of Quinton Sampson, he's got to go. First ball duck. Van Lang on a high. He's on a hat trick now. 72 for the loss of 5. Essequibo losing their way.
Well, look at this. It's a duck too. Quinton Sampson. I guess 3/4 of this crowd probably came to see him. Look at that. Following a very, very wide ball. Just chasing it wherever it is going. Getting the outside edge. John, I don't think this is looking good. 5 wickets gone, 72. They need another 158 of 224 balls.
Ricardo Adams, a new batter. Very capable. Left-handed batter. Usually bats at the top of the order. But of recent, we'll see him in the middle. Batting at number 7 this time for his county side. Now a stalwart at this level. Ricardo Adams. A partnership is definitely needed now. And desperately needed as well for Essequibo. Van Lang is on a high. Suddenly he's on a hat trick.
But just look at how things evolve. Many would have said that Matthew Nandu possibly batted slowly. But now you see the importance of Nandu's innings. His 73 coming in 102 balls. But minus Nandu's 73 from the total of 229 posted by Demerara. Look where they would have been. So this is the longer format of the limited overs version. See, wrapped on the pad. Not outsets the umpire. That would have been well, you can't have a nightmare in the middle of the day. Daymare.
So, hat-trick averted, but pretty close. Jonathan Van Lang there pitching up. We'll have to see the tram lines on that one. Ball tracker will have to say not out because that looked pretty close with the naked eyes. But umpire is much closer. Umpire Hussein.
Oh, Ricardo. What is that? Your side is 72 for 5. Didn't expect that from Ricardo Adams. He is such a good campaigner. Look at that ball heading away. Innocuous delivery wide of the stumps. Followed it all the way just like Quinton Sampson did.
3 wickets and 4 balls. Van Lang doing very well with ball. So, good bowling from Van Lang. Look at the wickets at his last over. That one comprehensively beaten, edge found. Shamar Apple picking up another catch. A young man, the wicketkeeper on debut, and doing very well with the gloves. Just like Thaddeus Lovell earlier, picked up 3 wickets in his over. Fourteenth over about to begin. Anthony Adams, former captain of Essequibo senior side, is now in the middle with Kimo Paul. Lots of work to be done. You need to build the partnerships like we saw at the start of the innings, and both teams. 3 wickets to Van Lang, standout performer so far. A wicket each for Ali Mohammed Ned and Look Not. Just Harry a bit expensive, well, very expensive in his lone over of the bowlers used. Ned is back. And we can see that the experience of Ned coming to the fore pretty early in this game.
Well, I'd like to assume that Demerara should be going in an ultra attacking mood. There's a slip only there, standing just behind. But I would like to think some more pressure should have been brought on Kimo Paul. Kimo Paul looks as though he's been playing another match at another venue. Just 3 balls he has faced.
Still Thaddeus Lovell to come, who can also bat. In fact, I know Lovell more of a batter than a bowler until recently he started to really have his opportunities with ball. So Kimo Paul looking for partners. Anthony Adams is there, can bat. Lots of familiarity between Kimo and Anthony Adams. Both play for the VNet Vipers. Would have been together for a number of years as a unit. Richie Lucknow part of that setup as well. The Vipers part of the One Guyana T10 table blast. .72 for 6, Naim. Not a position of comfort for Essequibo. They're at home. And Kimo is down yet again. Kimo is down.
He looks to be in tremendous pain. I see your camera picking up the anguish. Now, who's that at number 8 jersey? Just remove a little bit to your side. Let's see it. But he's in pain. I cannot see him resuming. They got to help him with his helmet off. Tremendous pain. Kimo can pull a muscle. That umpire couldn't pull a muscle according according to Inderjeet.
Yeah, not a pretty sight at all. Look at the last wicket. We're looking at our wickets so far in this innings. The run chase started pretty well, but then a cluster of wickets now peg things back for the home side, coming up against the defending champions. The physio has her work cut out, trying to get Kibo back to some health.
I was thinking of pulling a muscle up here.
Some of the former Guyana Amazon Warriors players at Kaitior. It's a little bit of a trek after you come off of the runway. This is Moka Moka actually.
You were on this trip?
Not this one. Tourism Guyana, I want to say thank you so very much for the footage. FL Sport has a very good relationship with Tourism Guyana.
You can know that they're trekking, walking, and filming at the same time. Beautiful. Look at my country. And you know what? I own that. That's the beautiful part. That is mine. The whole ecosystem there. Ladies and gentlemen, the great, majestic Kaitior Falls. The highest single drop waterfall across the world.
And the rock formation there. Very ancient.
I don't know that they allow you to get so close to the cliff.
Yeah, there are many viewing points actually. So this is one of the viewing points. From any angle, majestically beautiful. Nicholas Puran.
That is not one of the little trenches in your country, Nicky P. That's dangerous.
Today we had the absolute pleasure of visiting one of Guyana's most iconic sites here at Kaitior Falls National Park. It was awesome to check out for our group. You know, first time experience. Every time I've come to Guyana, everyone's talking about it. It's a must see. And after being there, seeing it firsthand for myself, you've got to come do this. So thank you so much to Tourism Guyana for bringing us out today. We had a lot of fun. Have ticked this one off the bucket list, and I can't wait to come back.
I'm Lancelot Khan, Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service.
So back live, Kimo's back on his feet, about to resume his innings. First delivery after a little bit of a injury scare for the right-handed batter. Maybe Essequibo needed that break, Naim, to regroup, and now maybe coming stronger.
It's just if I was Essequibo, I would have been losing hope. 6 wickets gone, all the major batsmen. Maybe this is the smiling grand finale pair that could put together a partnership. That's what they needed. They all tried, I think. I think they were outsmarted and outbowled. Kevon Bodie, for example, was absolutely deceived. A slow ball pulled back a little bit. He shot it straight into the hands of mid-on. And they were off to such a flyer. End of over number 14, 73 for the loss of 6.
No real partnerships after the 42 at the top of the order with Gonzalez and Bodie. Ramkaran and Savory put together 22, but nothing to really write home about now when you look at the partnerships so far for Essequibo.
And compare that with Balgobin and Nandu opening the batting for Demerara. They posted 62 for the first wicket. Then Nandu and Perez posted 73 for the second wicket. Partnership is so vital.
Three wickets in his last over. Van Lang continues.
Just look at that. 3 for 5. Just 5 runs coming off. You can add this 2 if you like now, make it 7.
Van Lang picking up 3 wickets in 4 balls at his last over. Looks of determination on his face.
Life been made pretty difficult here for Essequibo. The thing is, you like to see good cricket. Your vocabulary gets better, your pace, your rhythm as a commentator. This is really letting things down. I expected much more, in particular from Kemal Savory and Kevon Bodie. And they did so well when they were bowling against Demerara. The first 2 overs were maidens. Had them, well, they weren't losing any wicket, Demerara, but they were pretty slow. 2 over, no runs as yet. 4 overs, 11 runs only. 15 overs, 16 runs. 12 overs, 55. So what saved the day for Demerara is that the partnership, watchful, cautious, keeping their wickets intact. Slow ball, Van Lang, well bowled.
Essequibo equal to the task. Seeing the slow ball very early. Forward in defense. Not in any rush at all. He's just on 5 from 11. Thinking that he has lots of time. What he's going to be watchful is the wickets column. You got to be very careful with that. 6 down already. Nice flowing drive from the man from Saxicali.
And we saw the most brilliant of catches taken by Matthew Nandu to dismiss one of the batsmen, plucking it from nowhere. He himself, I think, was surprised that the ball stuck in his hand. The good thing in that catch is the ball was not slugged with feral ferocity. Well, not in comparison to the catch I saw Roger Harper took at Albion in 1988. Phil Simmons was the batsman. He really hammered it 1.5 inches and a coup from the ground. Roger ran, dived and reached that ball and took the catch. Wow. One of the best that I've ever seen. End of the over, 15 gone, 76 for the loss of 6. Inderjeet is going to replace me in the commentary box. Andy? Oh, Mr. Andy?
Just 3 wickets. Well, 4 wickets and 3 batters still to come. Essequibo need a partnership. Ned Stars is 6th. Runs were beaten. Mahim Khan and Thaddeus Lovell. Maybe not in that order, but those are the batters still to come. Kevin Paul and Anthony Adams really need to stick around for a long time. We look at the bowlers so far. The bowlers are on top. Ned, Van Lang, Richie Lucknott. These are the guys that really putting a lot of pressure on this Essequibo batting lineup. Ronaldo Ali Muhammad and Christopher Harry, the other bowlers used. So Essequibo, without a partnership, can perhaps forget about this game. Tomorrow is going to be the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11 against Berbice. That's at Lusignan. But match on hand. And batters at the crease. Set batters in there. Once you're in, stay in. That's always the mantra.
Yes, John. And very importantly, these 2 batsmen at the crease, they will need to get Essequibo a really, really good partnership if they to pull their team out of this spot of bother they are currently in. And the level-headed Anthony Adams and Kimo Paul, 2 experienced players at this level, will need to take that responsibility on their shoulder if they want to see Essequibo the victory here.
He's going to get off the mark. Anthony Adams. 16 overs gone. Just a single in the last over. 78 for a loss of 6. Senior inter-county cricket has made its return to Hampton Court area. We're witnessing round number 1 game between the defending champions Demerara and host Essequibo. Essequibo looking to get 230 to win. 78 for 6 in over number 17. Van Lang has been a pick of the bowlers so far for Demerara. 3 for 8. Now into his 4th over.
Yeah, John, very impressed with the way Jonathan Van Lang would have approached his bowling here. He's been hitting some very good areas and also getting the ball to make some height. Probably the Essequibo batters would have underestimated him, but very good execution from young Jonathan Van Lang, using the conditions well here at Hampton Court, one of the venue used for this GCB Queensway Super 50 2025. Very excellent outfield, very good wicket batting strip. So all the conditions for very good cricket, lovely weather, nice atmosphere, everything here at Hampton Court for the first round.
Very knowledgeable crowd as well. Knows their cricket, knows their players, especially. Chanting and shouting all of the instructions as if they're the 12th man. They know everything, the crowd.
But Essequibo batting very strangely, seeing Quinton Sampson coming that early in the innings. Probably was backroom decision. That's a lovely looking drive from Anthony Adams. They will need many more like that. Ball was pitched up in the slot, and Anthony Adams was equal to the task, coming forward and driving that powerfully across this lightning fast outfield here at Hampton Court.
There's no place for half volley when Anthony Adams is in this kind of mood. Look at that, just outside the off stump, pitching up nicely and into the drive and getting a boundary.
And he's fishing, as they would normally say, after playing such an elegant stroke. A ball that was just back of the length, and he was on the back foot, really looking to dab that one down to the vacant slip region. But a man down, a third man, would have just given a single, but could have cost him his wicket there. So Van Lang bowling with a lot of variation. One that was pitched up, one on a good length, and this one was a short. So the score is now 82 for 6, 17 overs completed. Anthony Adams on 5 and Kimo Paul on 7. You can see on your screen Machu Nandu 73, Raymond Perez 41, and Balgobin 40. Those were the principal scores for Demerara. Lovell 4 for 43, Beaton 2 for 29, and Ricardo Adams 2 for 39. The bowlers doing the damage for Essequibo.
After picking up a wicket in his first over, he was taken out of the attack. Now Richie Look not his back. 1 for 2. Kimo Paul is on 7. Will receive.
Yes, and that was a beauty of a delivery ball by Richie Loknath to dismiss Kimo Savory. And that wicket would have really changed the complex of the game. And Essequibo Paul looking to go on the onside. That's a single. And then a brilliant catch in the outfield from Matthew Nandu. And after that, it was all trouble for Essequibo. And John, with the start that Essequibo would have gotten, Booty and Gonzalez and a flyer. Who would have expected that they would have been in this position? 83 for 6, 17.1 overs. But these things do happen in cricket. One good delivery, an excellent catch, a run out, change the entire complex of the game. Interesting to see how Anthony Adams and Kimo Paul approach batting here with Richie Loknath on from the northern end.
Look not to also part of the Vinet Vipers, bowling to two of his teammates, Anthony Adams and Kimo Paul. Beauty of a delivery.
And as you can hear in the background, the spectators, they're actually begging and calling on these two batters out there to bat on. You know how important this partnership is between these two. The score moves up by 1. It's now 84 for 6. Essequibo need 146 of 192 balls if they're going to get this victory here this afternoon, John.
The score is 84 for the loss of 6.
Are those your vehicles in the distance?
84 for the loss of 6. Yeah, 18 overs gone. Paul is on 8. Anthony Adams on 6. 84 for 6 after 18.
Well, John, I'm not living in this area, so...
No, you're probably perhaps parking away from the action. Don't want to cause further damage to anything.
Well, no, they're not my vehicles, but in good wisdom, knowing person like Quinton Sampson when Ali Mohammed was involved in his game, those persons who parked those vehicles there, they were very smart. So John, getting back to the cricket here, Essequibo find themselves in a spot of bother, 84 for 6. And as was mentioned last night in a comment from Sean Devers, fellow commentator and author for the newspaper, he was speaking about the Essequibo team, and I mentioned to him, very good team on paper, but it is a team that plays better cricket on the day will be victorious. So a lot of application would be needed from Anthony Adams and Kimo Paul here this afternoon. How do you see this, John?
They're trying very hard. Adams and Paul trying to get a partnership going to get their side back into the run chase. As it is right now, it's all Demerara.
And that one coming up the outer edge of the bat for a single. But with that score on the board and 143 to get. 4 wickets remaining. Task ahead for Essequibo.
Big task. Let's say to put together a 100 runs partnership between Adams and Paul from here on. We 187 for 6. Still have about 40 odd runs to get. The last 3 batters in the hut.
And looking at the way Chemo Paul is actually stroking the ball, it's coming off the middle of his bat. He seems to be applying himself. He wants to bat long. He wants to get a big score, and that would be very important. And knowing the caliber of a player like Chemo Paul, if he gets going and he really put his head down and apply himself, we could in for a treat coming down this afternoon.
So the required run rate still manageable. Wickets in hand is not what Essequibo have at this stage.
Good short ball there from Van Lang. This young man has been very impressive in his first spell bowling here on this track. And I think looking at all the bowlers that would have bowled so far throughout this match, Van Lang has been one of them who assessed the conditions very well, and he has been applying his skills in variation, executing to perfection.
Yet again, good use of the short ball from the bowlers. Van Lang using his short ball to good effect. Now totally different. Well pitched up. Adams driving down the wrong line.
So still 142 runs to get for Essequibo. 4 wickets remaining. Anthony Adams on 9 and Chemo Paul, he also is on 9. Very quiet moment in the game here. Another short ball out to the off stump, left alone by Anthony Adams. And John, the cricket has certainly lose interest here. Spectators.
88 for 6, 19 overs gone. Adams on 9, so too is Chemo Paul. 88 for 6, 19 gone.
Yeah, you can say maybe they've lost some spectators, yes, but it's still a big, desire to play cricket from a lot of the youngsters. I saw some young children here today at the ground that are interested in cricket because at the halfway stage of the game, they're on the field taking some catches, just hang around the game says a lot about the future of the game. So.
Yes, and looking at the context of the game here at this point in time, if those youngsters present in the ground and they're with their coaches or managers or leaders and they're properly supervised and they're paying attention to the game, this is what you need. You need to look, observe and learn. 73-run Matthew Nandu opening the batting for Demerara. The way he would have applied himself, how crucial was that inning from Matthew Nandu. Essequibo on the other hand, flying start from the openers, but look the position they're in, 88 for 6. New bowler, Riyad Latif, and Chemo Paul is hoisting that short deliver over the man at deep mid wicket for a maximum. And was it a no ball signal by umpire? Yes, it is. So Riyad Latif in his senior inter-county debut Not a good start for him, looking to pull it down. And Kimo Paul would not miss out on that. As I said, we'd look to get some runs under his belt.
That's the first 6 for Kimo. If you look at the target, young Latif. Latif, like I said, one of the players from the Breakout League this year, has an opportunity now to be part of this Demerara side. That's a quick delivery. He's pulling it down. I always find that after a spinner goes for a boundary, tend to come back with a quick delivery. That was just quick and pulled down by Latif.
Yes, and I think he would be better advised as a young man. He's bowling with some wind behind him. Don't be afraid to use the air. Give it a little more air. The track is flat. Let the batsman challenge you. And with a ground of this size, you never know what could happen. Leg spinners, the quicker they tend to bowl, they tend to pull it down and bowl short.
Blocking the entrance. PAC 3487. You're blocking the entrance. Please move. Thank you.
Balgobin will cut it off, but another quick delivery from Latif, not allowing the ball, and no ball as well. No ball. Again, the second time in the over. Second time in 3 attempts.
Yes, so young Latif is having some challenges here, overstepping the front line, and he seemed to be upset with himself. But I think the senior players need to walk in and give him some encouragement. Young man at this level making his debut for Demerara, but as you rightly said, he would have played in the Breakout League and bowled pretty well here. And that's gone. It's going high, straight to the man down at the long on boundary, but it's a free hit. So Kimo Paul looking to take on young Latif there.
Well, the shot was on, was a free hit. They was looking to maximize, couldn't do so. Ball just got a little bit bigger than him, but he went through with the shot. Cut in nicely, finding the gap. 4 more to Essequibo on the 100 now on the board.
And that was a cracking square drive off the bat of Anthony Adams. He looked to be in fine touch. And as I said earlier on, very level-headed cricketer with both bat and ball. And he is showing himself that he can apply his skills when it comes to batting as well. They would need a very big innings from him here this afternoon. The score is now 103 for 6, 19.3 overs.
As Perez turning his back on the ball. In close, but not close enough to hang on. It's good to see umpire Roop back on the field.
Yes, and probably Kimo Paul would have taken up that end from umpire Roop. So it has now been transferred. So umpire Roop is back out. Beauty. I think that is where young Latif need to bowl. Give it a bit more air. Get the line and the length right. Bringing those batsmen forward. So, John Ram Singh. And that's a beauty. Glorious looking cover drive off the bat of Anthony Adams. And into the boundary for 4. What a beauty of a cover drive there from Anthony Adams. And that is going to go all the way, scorching across this lightning fast Hampton Court outfield here this afternoon.
Well played. And what a way to end the 20th. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitched up and given a treatment with still 30 overs to go. 109 for 6. A ball that was pitc Look at the fall of wickets. There was a good start, but then the wicket started to tumble. 3 wickets falling at the same score, 4 in the 70s, and that really put things back for Essequibo. Still with a chance, 109 on the board, with some batting still to come. This is not all over. Van Lang, 3 wickets already, and spectators continue to take out the best seats in the house.
Yeah, man. A pleasure. Double change, huh?
No, we're a 5
So 109 for the loss of 6. 20 overs already gone. Paul is on 17 off 20. Anthony Adams 19 off 27. Van Lang 3 for 16. These are splendid figures. He has completed his 5 overs. And sometimes when you're in this kind of form, you just don't want anybody to take the ball away from you. He has really reduced the fight in Essequibo. What we are seeing here now, they're trying to steady this partnership with 4 wickets standing. And you never know where cricket can go, especially at this time. So Van Lang will begin his 6th over, like I said, 3 for 16.
Good to see him bowling this amount of overs on the trot. And pretty young man, just coming out of the West Indies on the 19 camp series against Sri Lanka. He did very well there. So the more cricket he played, he's going to develop his skill to perfection. And I could tell you, very impressed with those 3 wickets that he would have taken and the way he would have bowled on this track here this afternoon.
Well, that one actually wobbled a little, trying for the slower delivery. Got some contact onto it. I want to say hello to Mr. Kilander. He's from Queensway Security Services, actually the major sponsor for the Guyana Cricket Board. Queensway Intercounty Super 50 Tournament 2025. And also in the com box a few minutes ago, his dear friend Iqbal, my fellow Myconian. Hello to you guys. Joy seeing you coming all the way here to support cricket. Always nice. Wonderful gentlemen. And thanks to Queensway Security, they have done a fantastic job coming on board. Fully sponsored tournament. Kudos.
Yes, indeed. And it's very good to see when Corporate Guyana could come on board and support sports, and cricket being our major sport. Kudos to Queensway Security. And as you rightly said, the title sponsor.
Well, this game can still go anyway. Anthony Adams looked good. He's on 19 from 28. Kimo Paul 18 from 22. And the concentration level between these two has been the hallmark of the partnership so far. And they're looking dangerous.
And beaten outside the off stump. He's looking to cut the ball just outside the off stump. Probably, as you mentioned, lost a bit of concentration there and induced a fall shot. But Anthony Adams was the man who held that innings together last year when Essequibo defeated Berbice in Essequibo, Pomona. He got his first intercounty half century.
This time under and up, over the top of backward point, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a brave shot to play. This time he made connection, boy, and the connection was good.
Yes, good to see he actually played that ball on the up rather than looking for power. He just used the movement and the bounce. He went with it and carried over that vacant space at White Thornman. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. And Anthony Adams, very, very capable batsman.
Good response. That was a quick delivery. didn't get up all that much. But Anthony Adams went down under it. 21 overs gone. 114 for 6, and the fight continues for Essequibo.
Yes, and Anthony Adams, the son of the soil, the man from South Essequibo in Surrey, here on the Essequibo coast. Played a lot of his cricket on the Surrey ground. Actually grew up there, playing a lot of his cricket there.
And that's a hype of activities on weekends, the Surrey ground?
Yes, actually that ground was down for a long period of time, but good to see that the government of the day would have invested in bringing back community facilities, and that is one of the ground. A lot of money was spent it, and it's up and running. I must say special good afternoon to Coach Fab Daniels, who is running his South Cricket Academy at that ground. Just yesterday, the inter-school secondary sports was held there after many, many years in the JIT. Good to see Surrey ground back is up and running.
Yeah, and you're at a secondary school. How did your school perform in that athletic championship?
Coming up this week, Thursday and Friday, will be our school championship.
That's nice.
And that will be held at Pomona ground.
Okay. And which house do you lead?
Actually, I'm the sports coordinator. I'm not the housemaster.
That's nice day. 114 for 6 over number 22 is about to begin. Richie Loknar, the off spinner, 1 for 4 from 2 overs. He has come back into the attack. Got the prize wicket of Kemal Savory to a beauty, the right arm off spinner.
Yes, and I'm really, really impressed with the way Richie Loknar would have bowled here so far. Cannot forget that delivery that got rid of Kemal Savory, and Kimo Paul is looking to hoist that one. Probably he's aiming up in the Pomeroon River, not making contact, and he will be better advised to bat sensibly, smartly. That is not needed here for Essequibo.
A more composed Kimo Paul, tucked in defense and still manages a single.
Yes, this is the type of batting you want to see. You need to see a partnership. You need to see rotation of the strike from these two batsmen. Kimo Paul would have played all the format at the highest level, played in different leagues across the globe. So he will be the most experienced man out there. He needs to take that responsibility to lead this partnership here.
Good feeling at backward point there by Macho Nandu, throwing himself away towards his right. That ball had some power. It have gone past him. That would have gone down towards the backward point boundary. Good feeling.
And very tantalizing line and length Richie Loknar is bowling here. He is not giving the batsman anything very close outside that off stump. He's bowling it wide and keeping it to the field that is being set.
And the little cheering and clapping and supporting you're hearing in the background, that's coming from a few hundred of people that are in the ground here. Most of them are rooting for their home team, Essequibo. Demerara with a big advantage here, but these boys are fighting back.
I can tell you, should Essequibo lose this game this afternoon, those spectators, they will be very, very upset, and probably they will be hurling a few words to the Essequibo team. Let's hope it don't go that way.
22 gone, 115 for 6. Look at that partnership, 43 from 56. I think this is good. Adams has 23 from 35, Kimo Paul 19 from 24. And they're showing great maturity here, Kimo Paul and Anthony Adams. Very senior players, and they have come to the party so far.
Yes, Inderjeet, I agree with you there. But this is just the start of this partnership. 43, you need to get that going, need to build on that start. As I said earlier, and Kimo Paul, very experienced player, and probably the most experienced pair at the wicket between Anthony Adams and Kimo Paul. They would have played a lot of cricket together at the senior intercounty level for Essequibo. And any hopes of Essequibo getting past this total depend on this partnership between these two. They need to take it deep. They need to get a big partnership, and probably one of them need to get a big score here.
Some lovely tune in the background coming from the DJ. Legomina Raja. You're a great dancer. Andy, talk to me.
Well,
Well.
in the JIT, I can perform at different forums, but get me in the right mood, Legomina Raja, in on the day, in the right environment, you would want to know if the same Andy you're seeing.
Oh, well, what's the name of my Boji?
Bauji.
Not your Boji, my Boji.
Her name is Boomer Devi Singh. I'll tell you a story later on.
So we have to say Legomina Boji, right? Boomer Devi Singh. Hello to you, dear. Always like to tease Andy. 116 for the loss of 6. We are seeing a change in feel now for the right-handed Adams as Ashmid Ned continues. We are having an extra cover being placed there. No doubt looking for the drive and the catch in that area. Ushar Deva Balgobin.
Yes. And interesting to see how Adams approach young Ned. And your Bauji Boomer Devi is a professional dancer.
That's nice to hear. So you would have learned a thing or two from her.
Well, she would have danced a lot, represent the region, also went abroad. And I could tell you, I actually won her competing against one of the favorite songs.
That's nice to hear.
You ever heard of the song, Hold Up Your Kangaroo and Spill It All Around?
Yes, I heard that. She made a bad choice, though.
Why would you say that?
I'm just kidding, bro.
So, back to the cricket. Battle between bat and ball. Anthony Adams, Ashman Ned in his 7th over. So far, 1 for 20. And these two batsmen in the middle would know how important this partnership is, and also the spell remaining from Ashman Ned. It's good to see how Machu Nandu used him as his captain here.
Yes, and the required run rate is not a huge one. It's just 4.14. That's 17 rather. That's gettable. We're talking a current run rate of 5.12. And we're in the 23rd over here. Ashman Ned, 1 for 20. He's in his 7th.
These are the little periods in the game that help our cricketers to really develop and apply their skills, because putting yourself in a situation that Essequibo is in at a regional level in the Super 50, you would want to ensure that you apply your knowledge and your skill at that level so that your team could do well. And out in the middle for Essequibo is the two most experienced players. Kimo Paul, known for his all-round ability, but as a youth player, he started as a batsman.
Good looking single. 23 gone, 118 for the loss of 6.
Lancelot Khan, Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service. We also are the authorized reseller for a few popular world-renowned brands. Those include Hytera Communications, Glock Arms, CZ Arms, among others.
hoping that he doesn't get the elevation. But he's smart. Very, very calm, strokes it down towards long off.
Yes, I think he played that ball off the back foot. And something I'm not too pleased with the batsman. Well, I could understand from Kimo suffering from a little nigger. But you just got out there, look to be positive, whether it's you're running or you're batting. I think trotting down the wicket, despite the ball has all that way to travel, you need to be more positive in your running. Look as fast as possible you could get to your end there.
Well, I think the two of them had a little discussion, and Kimo was saying, listen, I don't want those fast second runs. I do not want those quick single as well. Satisfied with a single push down the ground. Because of that hamstring injury, you don't want to risk that. He's trusting in his ability. All Mahim Khan need to do here, preserve his wicket, look for the singles, and there's so many open territory there, and give the strike to Kimo.
Yes, that's all he needs to do. This time he's coming forward, probably not reading that ball.
Andy, you won't mind him playing those shots because there's still a number of deliveries to go. Required run rate just 3.99. So you can use up a few dot deliveries, get his eyes in. He knows Kimo is at the other end, and Mahim Khan can bat as well.
Yes, he's looking very composed. He's looking solid. And he, as you rightly said, he just needs to play that role and give Kimo Paul that support and let him trust his ability. So at the end of 25 overs, the score is 129 for 7. Kimo Paul on 30 and Mahim Khan on 1. And Ashwin Ned complete 8 overs, 1 for 29. As I'm going to take my leave and hand over to Naim Chan in the Jid. Take it from there.
Yeah, so Ali Muhammad 1 for 32, 1 for 29, Ashmin Ned, and look at Jonathan Van Lang 3 for 21, Richie Loknath 2 for 9, and Latif a 1 over, none for 20. 25 overs gone. It's 129 for the loss of 7, and Andy has gone to take a break, and I've been joined by our dear friend from Schenectady, all the way from Canada and of the United States of America. I did say Schenectady, and somewhere in Kitty, can't remember which street. Hello to you, my dear friend Ankar Singh.
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon all. This one pitched up. He's going to go high, hard. Is it handsome? The fielder there is getting on the 8. Takes the catch, he has to go.
Yeah, that's a fine catch. Down on the wide long on boundary, and Kimo Paul goes. The prize scalp, the man on whom all Essequibo rest their fate. He's walking back slowly to the pavilion, gone for 30 from 31. It's now 129 for the loss of 8. Is that another nail in the coffin for Essequibo?
Well, Angel, that's a very big wicket. Kimo Paul has been around there for a little while, very experienced, and with that ball pitched up, he tried to go high and hard, and eventually he didn't get he got some elevation. He didn't get the distance. Essequibo has lost their 8th wicket.
Yes, and at one stage they were really tackling this 230 to win, but wickets continue to tumble. As Thaddeus Lovell makes his way out in the middle. He can bat as well. So it's not all lost for them. Required run rate 4.07. But Demerara in horse racing parlance, they are 3 lengths clear and kicking for home.
Well, it's not over until it's over, as we will know that. But following the game, 229 with the score of 229, which I was expecting for Demerara to get much more from the start. They had a wonderful start, but then they had some collapse in 229. But with 128 runs, 29 runs, and another 101 to go, that's a far way to go with 2 wickets left.
Yes, it's a daunting task. Nevertheless, you don't want to give up hope. They say that's man's greatest mistake in life, to give up. So I guess these two boys will be fighting. They're two good all-rounders. How has your stay been so far in Guyana?
Oh, it's been wonderful. It's been very great following the cricket, following the weddings and visiting families and stuff, you know. And actually I was at a wedding at Mainsea last night.
Oh, that is so nice.
So Richie Lotnot, and this one is pitched up, and Tedious Lover is pushing it on the offside. The fielder would pick it up. And Tedious Lover, is he a bowling all-rounder, or has it come down to the tail?
No, he's considered a bowling all-rounder, but has good batting qualities. He's a medium-fast bowler. Did pretty well today, picked up 3 wickets in 1 over.
He's going to receive from Loknath. Pitched up, he's looking to go big and hard here outside the off-stump energy. Not making any contact and through to the wicket-keeper.
Yes, and you'll find these kinds of all-rounders with the mindset. They're very aggressive. Regardless of the situation of the game, they're going to play their shots. But sometimes better sense does prevail.
Certainly, and this one is pitched up. He's pushing to the offside and finds the fielder there running across to his left. And eventually, did they cross?
No, they didn't get the single. He's still at the striker's end.
He's still at the striker's end. 116 is his number. I have to remember that. Loknath. Into Lovell. Lovell gets one that is coming back into him. He's working it on the onside. As it runs down there till the fielder picks it up. The batsman going to come through. He's off the mark. With 100 more runs to get. What's your thoughts on this, Injijit?
Well, that's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, naturally, I don't see it happen. But we have seen strangest thing in cricket happen, as in life as well. Once you're out in the middle, there's still hopes.
Loknath, Takan, push it past the bowler, and they will pick up 1 in the process there. So it's a huge total to get at this time. At the beginning, it was gettable. I mean, it's still gettable, but it's a very hard task for them.
Absolutely, so daunting task. 26 overs gone, 131 for the loss of 8. Look at that, need 99 from 144. I think there was some careless batting along the line. Take nothing away from the bowlers. They did bowl well. You look at Quinton Sampson, he looked a tired man. Came out, first delivery, looking a half-hearted drive outside the line of the off stump. Edge found, catch taken. And then Anthony Adams, who is an excellent all-rounder, first delivery, could have left it to go by, wave the bat at it, edge found, catch take, he gone. Those were 2 big wickets to get of successful deliveries.
And Indrajit, you could enlighten me and also some of our listeners out there how this inter-county tournament is being run. I know that there's Demerara, Essequibo, Berbice, and there is some other team picked by the Cricket Board of Control. Is it a 1-game knockout, or is it a round robin?
It's a round robin tournament. There are going to be 7 preliminary games, and the 2 top teams with the most points, they will reach in the grand final. It's a deviation from what used to happen in the past. You had how many? 4 games, 3 preliminary games, and then you had the final. This year around, it's much better. More cricket, and of course sponsored fully by Queensway Security. So that's the reason why this year more cricket, and I think we should love it.
Hats must be taken off to the sponsors, or the sponsor, Queensway. The new bowler is Ned. He wraps him on the pad, and the ball runs down to a short square leg region, and they're gonna remain there. So Ashmin Ned, we have all know he's a franchise cricketer. He plays for the IPL, one of the teams in the IPL. And the Demerara has an experienced bowler at least there in their lineup. Not taking nothing away from the Essequibo team. They had Kimo Paul. Much was expected for him for taking this team more longer into the more deeper. But unfortunately for him and the Essequibo team, that's how the games go sometimes.
Yes, and I think you recall some moments in the game where Demerara really turned on the heat on Essequibo. I'll tell you about that.
Netakan, and this one gets the inside edge. It will go into the onside, picked up there by the fielder, the short mid-on. The batsman going to remain there. Also, the score will remain there, 131 for 8.
Yes, I remember that moment when the off-spinner Richie Loknot, clean bowl, came all savory, who was looking dangerous. Was a brilliant delivery. That was a great moment in the game.
And in terms of experience and recognized players that are taking part in this inter-county tournament, I know you've been around the Guyana cricket for a very, very long time. You are an international commentator. You have done a lot of work with many big names in cricket. How are the strengths of the teams? Is it the balance, like Essequibo, what their strength compared to Demerara strength? As of right now, on the field, we can see that Demerara is ahead in strength. But you have known some of the big names. And what do you think about the strength of these teams?
I think both teams are equally matched. I was expecting more as the overcomes to an end, 27 gone, 132 for the loss of 8. I was expecting a better batting performance from the Essequibo team. It's a 50-over tournament. There is experience in this Essequibo team. Quentin Sampson, breakout league player, playing CPL, almost took the Guyana Amazon Warriors to victory until they lost. He is there. Anthony Adams, Ricardo Adams, these two boys, very experienced, would have been around more than a decade. Anthony, 16 years now. So you talk about that experience. Ram Karan, police officer in the team, compact, right-handed batter, can bat, holding out to a brilliant catch at mid-on. It was Machu Nandu who took that catch. So those were key moments, but I think both teams are very, very well balanced. A Demerara team, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, a national player. Mavendra Dindial, academy player, spent a lot of time at the West Indies Academy. And there are quite a host of them. Jonathan Van Lang, a young man, a young Demerara team, evenly matched. But today, Demerara is getting the better of them so far.
Certainly. Richie Loknot will pick it up. I'll continue. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 for 11. And he will go into bowl to the right-handed Khan. Passes the umpire to Khan. Outside the off-sub. He's hit it a little bit oppositely. Would it go into the boundary? Yes, it does. Through the extra cover ball, pitched up. He went into it and drove it beautifully through the offside and went into the extra cover boundary for 4. That's in there.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. Deliberately went over the top of extra cover and down towards the boundary for 4. Floated way outside the line of the off stump. He's a tall man. Had no problem getting to the pitch and playing the shot.
Certainly, Jujit. Let's watch this comeback from Loknath. He's making some adjustment there to his field. And he will go once again to bowl to the right-handed Khan. And coming back to, I still have a question for you, Indrajit. So, not a question, but something we would like to discuss about the inning of this Essequibo team. But let's watch Loknath. And this one, Khan is pushing to the offside. They're going to come for one. The field there. He fumbles it a little bit, and the batsman coming through for a easy single in the end, and that will bring up the score to 137 for 8. This is the 28th over in progress. It's being bowled by the right-handed Richie Loknath. He's operating over the wicket to Lovell. This one is working on the onside. Straight to the field, and the batsman will remain there. And Indrajit, we were talking about the approach of the Essequibo inning, the batting inning, and basically the recognized batsmen of Essequibo, they did not spend enough time at the crease. That is why they are in this position. Is it so good that Demerara was, or it was some mistake from the players there?
Well, take nothing away from the Demerara bowling. It is good. It continues to be good. Essequibo had a very good start Kevon Bodie along with Mark Gonzalez. They set it ablaze. After 3 overs, they had 30 runs going, more than 10 runs and over. In over number 4, they look good, but then they begin to lose wickets. Gonzalez went, followed by Bodie, and things just begin to go a little bit downhill.
This one from Loknath, pitched up, batsman coming forward, push it on the offside. That will bring up the end of the over. And Indrajit.
Yeah, 28 overs gone, 138 for the loss of 8. Kemal Savory, I think he batted well until, like I mentioned to you before, he got a beauty from the right arm off spinner. They call him Spice Man, Richie Loknath, cannon into the stump. That was a good delivery. Can't blame the left-hander, for playing a bad shot or whatsoever. And then a brilliant catch by Matthew Nandu to dismiss Ram Karan. So I think if we're going to fault anybody, it has to be Quinton Sampson. Thought this was a loose shot, along with Ricardo Adams, a loose shot as well. But the bowling has been good, so generally, punctuated by both sides of the coin.
I'm here basically because I wanted to see Riyad Latif played. He's from my village, Campbellville, North Kitty. I'm from, and 1 over. I was lucky to see him bowl 1 over, but he was under tremendous pressure.
Yes, and understandably too, he's still a youngster. He's one that came out from the breakout league, where West Indies Cricket Board asked that a leg spinner be in every team. Came back, played in CPL as well. So he's learning his trade. We do not have too many leg spinners coming through in West Indies. I'm happy for Bidesi from Trinidad and Tobago. I think he's a revelation. Looks the part. There is Motara from the islands. He looks good too. Yannick Carrier from Trinidad and Tobago. And Latif here from Guyana. It's going to take a while. Spinners will take a longer time to develop than fast bowlers. We must be patient with them.
Certainly, these youngsters under good guidance will one day, I hope that they can grace the international scene. And this one, driven on the onside, the batsman coming through for 1. The score will also move on to 1 more.
Yes, and it has been a wonderful day of cricket so far, whichever way it goes. And the Joe Jagmohan Cricket Ground, Onkar. Very splendid atmosphere here. The ground is lightning fast. The pitch looks good. And I think put all ingredients together, lots of cricket will be played here.
Andrew, this is my first time here. And this is a beautiful ground. It's a beautiful day for cricket to a lovely sunshine here at the Joe Jagmohan Ground.
Pioneer of live streaming of cricket in Guyana. It has never been done before. John Ramsing took on that responsibility. Big shot over the top of cover, hurrying out towards the boundary. The fielder gives up the chase, and that's 4 good-looking runs off the bat of Mahim Khan. Well played. In fact, it's Thaddeus Lovell going over the top of cover, vacant territory. He made use of it.
He went hard. It was outside the off stump. He went hard. It was aerial. But it was in no man's land and runs into the boundary for 4. Good-looking shots. Good scoring shot also. The lead has lessened now to 85 more runs to get. But it's still a long way for the Essequibo.
Well, they say 1-1 Dotty in Guyanese Paralands build dam. And we see the construction of a dam right here. 84 runs required from 124 balls. That's very gettable. You remember Murray and Roberts?
Certainly. It's not over until it's over. Richie Loknath. The cannon, he's driving on the offside, finds the fielder there. He does. Batsman going to pick up 1 in the process. So they need this pair here, needs to bat and take it as deep as they can. The deeper you get, it's more challenging. It comes for both sides. But Kimo Paul wicket says it was a very big wicket. He was batting so beautiful. That one has been pushed to the onside. The fielder there onto it, picks it up, fires the return, and the batsman going to settle for 1.
And you're right about that. Kimo looks sound, he looks solid, some very good shot, knowing fully well the fielder was out on the boundary. At that stage of the game, The game plan should never be to challenge the bowler to hit him out of the park. He held out down at long on, and I think that was a poor selection of shot by Kimo with all the experience he has. You know he's having this hamstring problem. Work the ball around, collect the singles. And when the real bad ball come, then you look to put it away. At that stage of the game, his wicket is of vital importance. Should have been out there.
Yeah, take it deep. As Mahendra Singh Dhoni says, take it deep. The deeper it gets, the more likely it's going to get to you. The one is driven down to the offside. The field is on to it. So the batsman picking up 2 in the process. 1-1 Dotty building the damage, Jadid.
Absolutely so. 150 for the loss of 8. 30 overs gone. And yes, we're going to have a double change here on Car. A pleasure having you here on FL Sports commentary team.
Thank you very much, John. Indrajit, thank you very much, John. I want to say good afternoon to you and all the rest of all the other commentators who are going to be coming in. I've had my part. Thank you very much.
You're always welcome, Ankar. And we're going to have a little coffee break. John Ramsing and Naim Chan will take it away.
So back here now. Still 80 required from lots of deliveries. 120 to be exact. But just 2 wickets in hand, Naim Chan. 150, not a bad reply. But wickets down, not what Essequibo were looking for. Hello, Naim.
Yeah, it was the irrationality that I spoke about earlier with this so talented Kimo Paul that all of a sudden he says, I'm going to hit you in this next ball. Indrajit alluded to it, his choice selection, shot selection. On the leg side, I don't think that would have inspired the umpire to even think about it. But it's been a long day, and it's the lack of partnership. I spoke about the Perez-Nandu partnership, which yielded 73, and then before that, they had another healthy partnership, 67, between Nandu and the Balgobin, Ushadeva. No partnership here. It's been squeaky, it's been small. Full toss. Oh, that's going to carry it. Got in the middle of the bat. Connection there. And Thaddeus Lovell just easing it into the onside. Taking advantage. Ali Mohammed just giving away a full toss there.
Club mates, Lovell and Ali Mohammed, sort of familiar with each other, both for Georgetown Cricket Club. But that was a juicy full toss on the line of a leg stump. And Lovell, like I said, I know him more for his batting. Just lately, he developed his bowling. I was catapulted to the national side, the senior side. Can bat very well. Mahim Khan, of course. Also one of the young players from Transport Sports Club. Who also plays in Essequibo. Chance for a run out. Again, we see Ali Mohammed appealing for a leg before. And again, Naim, ball doing too much, missing the leg stump.
Well, I think they're going to use all the avenues available to them, which one would be putting the umpire under some pressure. I've seen Shamar Apple seems to have that trick up his sleeve where he's very, very confident, shouting away an appeal. It's one way of getting the umpire under pressure. You can eke out a mistake from him, because that's what they need. They need a wicket. And Essequibo, they need to bat on for as long as possible.
So we have a substitute umpire again on field. Umpire Roop pulling a bone again, maybe.
He's not pulling his weight, that's what I know. Beauty outside the off stump. Ali Mohammed go to the top of the class there. That one just missing the outside edge of the wood.
We've seen the short balls today creating a whole lot of issues for these batters. And again, another short ball, this time away movement. And Mahim Khan beaten. Pace and bounce.
Oh no, wide down the leg side. That's not what you want. Matthew Nandu will be watching, just like how he watched Harry in that solitary over and Riyad Latif. And then took them off the bowling immediately. I don't think the captaincy has been bad from Matthew Nandu. He's one of the senior men in Guyana. And to give him the mantle of leadership can only help to groom him and groove him.
Yeah, looked pretty solid with the bat. And making some good changes now. And the side feeling.
Good work there, Raymond Perez. Just lunging forward to his left and stopping what would have gone for 4. End of what? 31? 156 for 8. So they need 74 from 114 balls. The equation might look simple to get those runs, but then the wickets, as you alluded earlier on, they're the partnership. Thaddeus Lovell and Mahim Khan. Mahim has held out there too. Look how low the required run rate is on the 4. So it's not an issue. The issue here is not getting the runs. The issue is whether the wickets can stand. And many of the wickets that went down, I don't think, except for Kemo Paul's thinking, irrational shot selection, Kevon Bodie went to a very good ball as well. So many of the wickets, the bowlers earned it. So lots and lots of balls there available. 74 needed. Riyad Latif, none for 20. Really expensive. Dished out a lot of bad deliveries. He was taken off the bowling. But Nandu must be thinking, I mean, who else do I have? You've got to get Riyad Latif. to get in a few overs here.
$74 to get from 114. So we can forget about the amount of deliveries available right now. Just 74 to get. 2 wickets in hand. But with leg spinner now coming in, you expect with a pitch that has been baking in the sun all day, he should be able to get some turn. A little bit of a mix-up there. Lovell was not prepared to go for that run, whereas his partner, Mayim Khan, was charging coming down. After realizing his partner not responding, turned back.
I think that's what Riyad Latif is working on. He's got a mid-wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary, long off on the boundary. There's a man down at cover on the boundary also. So he wants Lovell to go for the big shot. Now that's right, Lovell. You need to stay there. You can get these runs in singles. Just keep your head focused. You're going to find the creases and the cracks and just go inside them. What's that? An inside edge, I think. Wow. So Mahim is giving him some words of exhortation that we can do this. Let's not give it away. And for the umpteenth occasion, Lovell wants to hit this youngster out of the ground. And the people are all placed out on the boundary. Isn't that better?
It's good stuff from Latif, showing his consistency. Landing just outside the line of the off stump. Slight spin, just a little bit of spin. Good comeback. Maiden over. Still 156 for 8. So Ner completing his spell. 1 for 33 from his quota of 10 overs. Ali Mohammed 1 for 37. And the other wicket takers, Van Lang 3 for 21. Looknot 3 for 26. Still with overs in hand. The only bowler, Harry, just 1 over. On the bowl, you'll say, and now Latif getting his second. No doubt after that maiden will come back.
So only one body completing 10, and that's Ashmead Ned. So you've got bowlers that have overs left. The issue here is if they're going to bowl too expensive. So he's going to be using them, rotating. I think Riyad Latif, that was very encouraging for his captain because he came back and bowled a maiden. So if he can continue in that vein and get the batsman pinned down for a while, at least it'll be... I mean, Demerara, they want the 2 wickets. They've got to get the people out if they want to win. So which bowler is going to do that? That's the worry of Matthew Nandu. He still has got bowlers who have overs available. Jonathan Van Lang. We've got the Spiceman too. So they've got some bowlers. They got to keep it as tight as possible.
Essequibo won't mind batting the remaining balls available to them once they do so. Chance that they will get to that 230 mark.
Well, that's their main focus. Not to lose wickets. They don't have many in the bag.
2022, we saw Ransford beaten and Kevin Sinclair holding on against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So beaten still to come, can also hang around with bat.
So what Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is trying to do, he's got a short third man and a short fine leg. So he's hoping here for this guy possibly to go for the sweep shot. Usha Deva Balgobin, he's down at short fine leg. Harry is down at short third man. They have seen that Lovell is attempting some big shots. It's the outside edge for third man or a miscued hook for short fine leg. Slow ball. But I'd like to see Ali Mohammed, John, just especially Lovell, give him the short pitch delivery, inviting the hook shot for the short fine leg, miscued.
It's coming on to the end of a long day, so it'll take a lot from Ali Mohammed to really get a short ball to Lovell, who is pretty tall. Not impossible. Worth a try. We've seen what the short ball has been doing all day.
So Matthew Nandu would have to keep in his mind, now how do I get these 2 wickets? So you can't go ultra defensive. You're not going to get the wickets easily. So you have to design a program with a bit of aggression, a bit of defense, and hope that the batsmen, some one of them give a catch or get someone bowled. But the idea is getting the 2 out. That's their only chance. If you put it to down the other way, the other formula, getting the runs can be pretty easy once the batsmen stay there. But Essequibo people have come out in their numbers and they're encouraging them, instructing them what to do. Inside edge there, Mahim Khan. Short, he was trying to turn it away down the leg side.
See Ali Mohammed trying to get into the head of young Khan. So cricket is a mind game still.
Ransford Beaton was doing the same thing to one of the Demerara batsmen. Didn't quite get through. Raymond Perez has done pretty well in that position today. I saw him saving a shore boundary. End of 33 now, 159 for 8.
I'm Lancelot Khan, Chief Operating Officer of Queensway Security Service Incorporated. Queensway Security Service Inc. has been in operation for over 2 decades now, and our offerings include static guard service, both armed and unarmed, armed patrol and response service, alarm monitoring and emergency response, and security escorts and a VIP protection service. We also are the authorized reseller for a few popular world-renowned brands. Those include Hytera Communications, Glock Arms, CZ Arms, among others.
Latif to continue. Fading light now. The brilliant sunshine we had most of the day seems to be setting now. 7-1 still required. Nice partnership, Naim, so far between Maim Khan and Thaddeus Lovell. For the 9th wicket, it's just a middle order collapse for Essequibo.
Well, some of them really got out to injudicious shots. Quinton Sampson, the very first ball he received, following it very wide of the off stick. On more than one occasion, the Essequibo batsmen, practically because of injudicious shots, actually gave their wickets away. Kemo Paul was staring at a man, plugged all over the boundary, offside, onside, and struck it straight into his hands. In a situation where only singles you needed. Once you keep your wicket, you win the game. Now that's the idea, Mahim. Mahim is a very sober-headed youngster. He's played every shot with good selection, choice. He's kept it on the ground. He's not run down the pitch like a mad cow slugging away. He's been talking with his teammates, especially Thaddeus Lovell. I think he was about to get out of hand and lose control against Riyad Latif, the last over. So there were steady exchanges and exhortations between the two batters. That's the idea. Mahim Khan has faced 29 balls for his 15. So that tells a story. I'm not in a hurry. I don't want 15 runs off 5 balls. It's okay to take 29 balls. And that's a good thing about chasing, John. You're able to measure and tailor your innings and your aggression. 161 for 8, 34 gone.
Must say, a nice crowd. Welcome return to senior intercounty cricket, and a crowd coming out to support cricket. 229 all out from 45 overs and 2 balls. In reply, Essequibo 161 for 8. Van Lang, when will we see him come back? 3 for 21.
I don't think that Matthew Nandu would want to keep him away too long, because what would happen if they come too late at the back end to bowl those overs? The batting side will be accumulating runs in the meantime and creating a scary situation for Demerara. So that is why I was saying they need the men out if they're going to win. And don't wait long to get it. So he's going to bring back his very important bowlers and use them now rather than at the back end.
The blues not really powering and empowering over the orange. 6-9. Just a 6-9 Naim.
Good afternoon, C.N. Sharma. I remember him for that. See, Avinash Ramzan is logged into the program. But that's not 6 for 9, but that's short of a good length, actually. Good afternoon, sir. Patted away, smacked almost, coming off the meat of the bat. I like the confidence from Matthew Nandu. He doesn't seem ruffled. He's calm. He's collective. He's making decisions and with positivity. Now there's a long off, there's a long on. And Mahim Khan has been calling on Thaddeus Lovell, take it easy, bro, take it easy.
2 fours in his innings so far, Lovell. 16 from 30. A very big hitter.
Deliberate shot to keep it along the ground. Now that's important. Going airborne, you can get out.
So the action will continue tomorrow, Naim. 2 other teams in the tournament. The Guyana Cricket Board Select 11 will take on Berbice. That game is scheduled for Lusignan on the east coast of Demerara. Not a 9 a.m. start, a day game.
That should be another nice game. You'll have these crowds, I hope. It'll be nice to go to Berbice at some time.
Yeah, the number 69 ground will come alive next Sunday.
I've never gone there. I heard it's a pretty nice ground.
Lovely. Nice. Well manicured. Pretty similar to what we're seeing here. The difference is no commentary box, however. So you're pretty much at ground level. There is a grandstand, members pavilion, players area. Other than that, it's open field, quite expansive. It's a big tree in the distance as well. Lovely setting. Again, countryside setting.
Jonathan is feeding this youngster Mahim Khan, but he's not going for the shot. I think he's batted well. Very intelligent stroke play and shot selection. He's not gone airborne. Thaddeus Lovell is more showing an intention of going airborne. But they have set a field for Thaddeus Lovell. Mid-wicket, long on, long off. Waiting for that big shot. He plays it and he gets it.
Six signals by the umpire. But to the facial expression of Jonathan Van Lang gesticulated to the fielder on the long on boundary. Riyad Latif is there. You get the impression the chance now, we could not see it. You get the impression the chance went down.
No, but Jonathan Van Lang should stop that kind of conduct. And I mean, you must be disappointed your colleague has probably put down your catch. But for several minutes almost, he stood there gesticulating. Bad enough, they dropped my catch, but you got to get on going. He's still doing it out there. He's young, hot-headed, adrenaline flowing. Now look at the equation, getting even closer and more equal to run a ball. By the time it gets there, you're probably 40 needed.
One 7-8. The final 15 overs. And another bowling change. Machu Nandu himself into the attack. Very capable as an off-break bowler.
I think it's novelty that Matthew Nandu is thinking that the batsmen have been quite settled against all the bowlers that he's been bowling. What about something strange? Could I possibly buy a wicket here? It's good thinking. He's thinking. Let's see how it works.
Sixth needed. Good delivery from Nandu. It is on the 19 days, did a lot of bowling for West Indies. Remember that 2022 World Cup in the Caribbean. This one is in the air. Will it go to hand? Falling well short of long off. But a chance again being created, Naim.
That is what I was talking about. I'm wondering what is the thinking of Matthew Nandu. He's brought himself on. I think it's a novelty, newness. Let's put on a bowler that they have not faced, because they seem to be working out all the bowlers. And he almost could have created a catch. If you notice, just a little bit shaky the last 2 overs or so. Even Mahim Khan getting into the action of wanting to strike the ball. That's the idea, Thaddeus. If you can get it, the long on is deep, the long off is deep, the mid wicket is deep, the cover on the boundary is deep. Can you squeeze around the place and pick up the 1s and the 2s? End of 36, 172 for 8.
Van Lang to continue, searching for his 4th wicket, searching for a breakthrough for his side. 172 for 8. So it's 9th wicket partnership, creating some headaches now for Demerara. Young players, Lovell and Khan, not giving up, really putting in the goods so far for their side. 58 to get from Meter 3. Welcome back, Indrajit.
Hello, John. Hello to all our viewers, listeners, wherever you are. This is the nature of cricket. Determination, stepping stone. These guys are doing well out in the middle.
Slow delivery. And there was Lovell quickly into the stroke, missed it, and the ball clipping the top of off. And that is the breakthrough that Jonathan Van Lang and Demerara were looking for. Finally coming, 172 now for 9.
And I think that Jonathan Van Lang deserves a prize for this delivery. Look at this one here. Slow delivery. Looking to play across the line. He should have been playing straight here. Thaddeus Lovell has lost his wicket. Shown a fight, but the fight by Lovell has not been good enough so far.
Just hitting the bails on its way through. And once the bails are disturbed, it is considered bowled. And it is a wicket that Van Lang needed. He now picked up his 4th. 172 for 9. Last pair now for Demerara. For Essequibo, former captain in runs for beaten. Senior player, former international. Still, lots of work to do. It's a single round robin. And then the top 2 teams play in the final on the 26th of October. 58 to get. It's there. Fight still left in Essequibo.
Exactly, and Ransford beaten. He can bat as well. We've seen him over the years. He's no rabbit whatsoever. There is still some hope there. While Jonathan Van Lang will be hunting his 5th wicket. He's in his 8th over, 4 for 30. These are wonderful figures by the young medium-fast bowler. Beaton will be taking a leg stump guard there. And certainly Demerara sniffing victory at this stage. Essequibo still with a chance, but that's far remote.
It was a fighting 43-run partnership for the 9th wicket. Lovell, last batter dismissed. 172 for 9. I mentioned earlier, once Beaton was asked to survive a game and save it against the Windward Islands Volcanoes a few years ago in Grenada. This time, kind of different story. Last pair of the crease again, but needs 58 more runs in fact for victory. So it's not about blocking and preserving your wicket, it's about trying to score as well.
Perhaps this is his greatest battle for Essequibo against any opposition. Ransford beaten and Mahim Khan. Let's see what is going to happen. Good effort here. One can understand why he dropped it short. The line there was a little bit bad. And Beaton is there. He allows it to go by. Looks very, very cool out in the middle. Runs for Beaton. And Thaddeus Lovell, the last man going back, will feel outdone. But if he was playing straight rather than looking to play across the line, he would have made contact with that delivery. So you find that Essequibians, heart sinking, shoulders dropping, all the youth sound coming out of the supporters' mouths, their hands and their horns. Just gone into a little hush. There might be some little quarrel, and that quarrel is against the Essequibo team. Oh, that's a gorgeous looking shot off the bat of Mahim Khan. Stroked it away through the covers out towards the boundary for 4. 37 overs gone. And certainly 177 for 9. The fight continues.
Yeah, that's a lovely stroke indeed from Khan. A little bit of room outside his off stump. And that was all he needed. I want to be the inner ring here at the Joe Jagmohan ground. It will run away. Nicely placed.
And to our friends on the east coast of Demerara, tomorrow is a big day at the Luziknan Community Center. And that's going to be the Berbice team against the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. That game starts at 9 hours. Ensure you go down there, support good cricket. FL Sports will be there to bring the action live from Luziknan. You don't have to pay a cent to get down there. But you're supporting great cricket. It's the most senior level of cricket in Guyana. 7 matches this year. Round robin, then the 2 best team reach in that final. Matthew Nandu, the skipper here, entrusting himself with a ball in his hand, has a word or two with Ransford Beaton as well. Only scotting at this one. Diving effort by Budi. Well done. Moving away towards his left. In fact, that's Richie Loknot, I beg your pardon. Good feeling.
That's the fighting spirit from these young players. Richie Loknot, full commitment. Full dive to his left. That ball was racing away. Save the boundary for his side. 52 needed. They can bring it down to less than 50 and work away 5s, 10s, and just see how close they can take it, if not to 230. It's still there.
Very possible, highly improbable, but it can, like John Ramsing said. Well, Beaton says yes, the return comes in, the stump disturbed, given out, he's gone! And that's the victory for Demerara, winning by 75 runs, and it has been a good fight. In the end, not good enough, winning actually by 52 runs.
So just one taken there, and a really good game coming to an end. What a start to the Queensway Super 50 Cup, senior in the county tournament for the males. It's difficult to tell from that angle what really happened, but you can see that the players were very confident.
Well, John, the umpire was in the best position there to make the decision. The only question, Ransford Beaton, why hurry through for the second run? It's always going to be difficult. Once they were out there, singles and twos would have done it for Essequibo. And in the end, big victory for Demerara, winning by 50 runs. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, Bodi and Gonzalez got a run chase off to a very brisk start, but could not sustain. Keep a ball in the middle, tried to hold things together. But there were some quick wickets. Ramkaran, Sampson, Adams all went in quick succession. And just not enough to get this run chase in gear, really. 179 all out, with Demerara winning by 50 runs. Comprehensively so as well. What a way to start their campaign, the title defense. Van Lang 4 for 35. Richie Loknoat 3 for 26, leading the way. Ned and Mohammed, the experienced guys, 1 each. Comprehensive victory for Demerara, defending champions, beating Essequibo in Essequibo. And now the attention shifts to Luziknan. Berbice against the Select 11 tomorrow, Sunday, 9 a.m. start. Your final thoughts, Sidajit?
Yes, John, it has been a good cricket match. Not huge totals, that 230 prove decisive after Demerara score 229. To get down to that, it was always going to be difficult. Essequibo showed great fight coming down to the end of the innings. They had a good start. Kevin Bodie and also Mark Gonzalez. Savory looked good while he was out there. I think they were undone by some loose shot played by Anthony Adams. Quinton Sampson. Brilliant catch taken at mid-on to dismiss Ram Karan. That was taken to by their skipper for the Demerara, Matthew Nandu. Those were telling moments. Congratulations to the defending champions. So that's it. We're going to say goodbye here from the Joe Jagmohan Cricket Ground on the Essequibo coast in Hampton Court. It has been a great day of cricket and it's a joy broadcasting it live from FL Sports for the Guyana Cricket Board. The action switches to Luziknan tomorrow. Berbice against the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. That match starts at 9 hours. Join FL Sports then. Until then, in the Jeet saying goodbye.